know I can lean on him as much as I need to. You know, I feel like he's given the younger generation of the sport an opportunity to rely on him now that he's out of it for any advice that we need to get from him.
The nature of his advice, is it related to technique, or is it more just advice about?
It's more so stuff like this, handling
guys like me, handling nosy reporters.
No. It's not you. It's not you. It's stuff outside the water.
Got it.
Most comfortable I am at big meets, at trials, at the Olympics, at Worlds is when I'm walking out to go to the blocks. It's the most comfortable I am. It's the stuff that I need. The stuff I need help with is outside the water. You know, I'm sure if I texted him about technique, I'm sure he'd give me the honest truth there. But it's more so stuff outside the water. I think I can learn a lot from the guy.
I get the sense that you're quite grounded and you don't really like talking about yourself a whole lot.
No.
That's a fair assessment.
It's very fair, yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure myself out. You know, I feel like I can give advice here and there with stuff that's worked for me, but I'm not sheltered. I'm not scared of the world. There's parts that I want to share, feel like people can learn from, but for the most part, I'm happy. I'm happy with what I have. I'm happy with my inner circle. I don't need to share every bit of me with the world. I'm fine with people watching and supporting me, or I'm fine with people not liking me. I'm totally fine with that. You know, I'm not doing the sport to have the spotlight on me the whole time or to take the spotlight away from anybody. I don't care about that. It's irrelevant. If there was no spectators in Japan or no cameras, it would be completely indifferent to me. I'd be totally fine. You know, this sport, like I said, I do this for the challenge that it offers me. And the longer I've done it, the more challenges it's offered.
Let's talk about Tokyo, because you just brought it up. Spectators, it's going to be a different experience. How do you think that it's going to affect the way that you perform? Or will it?
I don't think it will in any way. I do prefer to have people in the stands.
Okay.
I do like to put on a show. I want people to celebrate with me. I want to have that moment. I mean, at trials, it was awesome. As soon as I made the team at 100 free, like being able to sit on the lane line and get the crowd going, like I like that. But once I'm off deck, I'm over it. I don't need the crowd. Certainly prefer the crowd. And I love being able to share those moments with them.
Your family's not going to be able to be there cheering you on in the stands. How does that make you feel?
I certainly wish they were there. I remember that being the highlight from Rio. Getting off the award stand and being able to see my family up in the crowd. The people that got me to where I'm at, the people that have seen the struggles along the way, and they've seen the mountaintops and the valleys. They've been through every part of my career. My mom, even when I had my license, driving me to practice because I'm too tired. I was a baby. You know, those moments, they've seen every bit of it. Yeah. They've seen me come home from practice crying. You know, they've heard me say how much I hate the sport. At times, not all the time. But they've just seen every bit of the sport and have it boil down to, you know, a race that lasts, 40 something seconds. It's really sweet. And it was very emotional, you know, just having every emotion flood me at once and being able to share it with my family. That was a highlight of Rio for me.
What was it like to win 2 gold medals in Rio?
It's a tricky question. You think it'd be easy. I mean, of course I was happy, but I'm certainly never satisfied. It's something that I know I need to work on. You know, as soon as I finish a race, I'm already analyzing how I could have been better. So for Rio, yes, the goal, of course, if you're on Team USA, is to get your hand on the wall first, to represent your country the best that you can, to do your part in relays. So for me, yes, I'm just going to say happy so I don't get in trouble. Yes, I was happy with the meet, but I know I could have been better. So
you're never satisfied.
No.
You think that's part of what drives you? Yeah,
and I don't want anyone to think that like not something's wrong with me or something. Right. I'm never satisfied with a race, and it's not like, and I'm still enjoying it. But the fun part for me is showing up in practice. You know, once you're stepping up to the blocks for a race, hard part's done with. You get to go and have fun. You know, 99% of what I do is training, and if you don't enjoy training, you're not in the right sport. This is the fun part for me.
I hear that you've got quite the fascination with Legos.
I love Legos. I've got a list of 3 things on my phone that I want right now. A really, really small list, but one of them is the Millennium Falcon Lego. It's like $1,000. Since I was a kid, that was my thing, was Legos. Every Christmas present was some type of Lego, and I just never outgrew it. But if I feel like I deserve a Lego, after Tokyo, maybe I'll get the Millennium Falcon.
I think that's the least you could do to reward yourself. You said there are 3 things on your phone that you want. One was the Millennium Falcon. What are the other 2?
Is a Stetson cowboy hat, the Gus Silver Belly, One of them was a fanny pack. I got that one after trials. That was my gift to myself after trials. I bring a backpack everywhere.
Yeah.
But the only thing I carry in the backpack is my phone, my wallet, my keys.
Right.
So I just wanted something smaller, and then it turned into what's the smallest thing I can possibly get, and it was a fanny pack. So
You really do march to the beat of your own drummer, Caleb Dressel. I'm learning a lot about you. Legos, cowboy hats, and fanny packs.
Fanny pack. Yeah, I guess that wasn't a very good sequence of it. Remember, I was supposed to be this elite athlete. Edit all that. Cut all that out.
No, we're not editing that. This is definitely in the piece. Congratulations. You tied the knot in February. How has marriage changed you?
It's been really fun with Megan. That's the first word that comes to mind. There's parts that have been challenging for sure. There's parts to where I've had to step up my game. I've had to be a better husband, a better man, because I want to do that for Megan. We're one person now. And the first time I heard that, as I feel like I should have researched this before proposing, was we were on a meeting going over some counseling stuff before the wedding. Yeah. And he was saying, "You do realize you're becoming one person." I said, "What?" I said, "What?" And it is. And it has felt like that. You know, me and Megan we're the Dressels. We're one person now, and it's been really fun figuring that out, figuring out date night, how much food I do consume, how much she needs to cook, because I cannot cook, and she's amazing, and she likes to cook. But it's been fun. And at trial, this is the first time since we've been married where I've had a big meet. She learns, I don't really talk to anyone at meets. So she after the meet was over, she's like, did I do anything wrong? Did I handle everything fine? I was like, you were fine. I don't talk to anybody. So
not even your wife?
Not even Megan.
I read that you took all social media off your phone. You use Instagram maybe about 15 minutes a day. Is that right?
Yes. I didn't use it at all during trials. So I opened it up after trials. Swimming has taken me 15 plus countries. I've seen awesome traditions, awesome customs. I've seen so much that the sport has taken me to. I love people.
Yeah.
So I want to share what I can. But no, Twitter's gone, Facebook's gone, Snapchat's gone.
Did you find that it was too distracting?
I found out I didn't need it. I know how to control myself and to not open up an app, but for me, I don't like baggage. I don't like having things I don't need. I don't want to carry around a full backpack when I can just carry around a fanny pack.
Where are you happiest?
I'd say my number one favorite hobby is good people, good conversation. So I'm actually very much enjoying this right now. Yeah.
You seem like it. So am I. I hear that you're also quite the drummer.
I do play drums. I got into drums 5th grade. Yeah. I went to a school where they required you to learn an instrument, and I started with piano, lasted a day. I said, that sucked. I'm tone deaf. So I switched over to drums and never outgrew it. Same thing with Legos. I just kind of stuck with it.
So you still play?
Oh yeah. Yep. I got my dream kit and everything. Yeah, I record stuff every now and then. I use Logic Pro. I make music. It's a music software program, so I'll make some songs every now and then. I can't sing. I'm not going to share the songs with anyone, but right. Megan's heard them. Some of my family have heard them. Friends have heard them.
Oh, so you are singing on these songs that you share?
Yeah, I know how to use autotune. Yeah.
Who's your favorite band?
It's a little cliche, but Blink-182.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What would you consider success in Tokyo?
The questions you think are easy are really hard for me. I'll be happy with that meet, and I will consider that a successful meet. If I learn something to take and move forward in my life, I will be really happy with the meet. You know, of course, I would like to hit the goal times I have. But like I said, the 99% is done. Right now, it's about going and having some fun.
What about the medal stand?
No, it's not about that for me. I don't keep any of that stuff. You guys should be jealous. I get to do the fun part, which is racing. I get to enjoy the race. I don't want to hang on to, I don't need a piece of metal to remind me of that. I got to enjoy it. I got to enjoy what was going through my head when I'm going through the water. I got to stand on the medal ceremony. I got to be in the village. I got to do all this stuff. That's all up here. I don't need a piece of metal to do that.
How did you get this way? I mean, you really do seem to have it figured out.
I surround myself with good people. That's the only thing I'm going to give myself credit for. My mom and dad are my biggest heroes, biggest inspirations. I've got great siblings. I learned something from all of them.
Where are the Rio medals?
My mom and dad have one of them. I gave one of them to them. And I actually gave the other one away to a friend of mine who passed away since then. So that one was given back to me, but it's upstairs. I think it's in a TV stand somewhere. It's upstairs. I think it's on the TV stand.
Your Olympic gold medal is in a TV stand somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, most people put those on walls.
No, I don't want, if someone's coming over to my house, no, we're going to hang out and play pool or foosball. I'm not going to walk you around and say, yo, check this out. No, I don't want that to be the reason you like me. If you don't like me after you have a conversation with me, you probably won't like me. So I don't want anything to, blur that.
You don't want to be defined by a couple pieces of hardware.
No, I know people are different. I don't want to disrespect anyone because I could totally understand the other side of that does represent all those years of work. It does represent boiling down that moment of the race of being the best in the world at that moment. I completely understand that. But for me, I just rather give them away and have someone else to enjoy that moment. For me, I got to be in the race. You guys should be all so jealous of me. I got to compete. That is the fun part. I got to learn something from a race. I got to stand on that podium. I got to take all that in with my own eyes.
Yeah.
I don't need that piece of metal. I rather be able to give that to someone so they can enjoy all the things I got to enjoy, and that can be representative to them of what I got to enjoy.
You don't need the medal, but do you want to win gold?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't want you to think I'm not competitive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. What I appreciate about you, and I don't get this in all of my conversations with folks, you're honest, which is probably why you don't like to do a lot of these.
I try to be. That was our team rule. That's Troy's #1 team rule is honesty.
When you get to the pool, is there a ritual?
There are things that I like to do, but I'm very flexible.
Okay.
So I do like to stick to my routine. You know how big I am on routine. I like to do those things, but I don't want to think if some competitor had the big idea to steal my shoe that I would start freaking out or anything. There's not much you can do to mess me up. I do have a preference of the routine I like to stick with, but you could throw a curveball in there and I'll be fine. Like trials, I would warm up in the competition pool some days, and then I'd go to the warm-up pool some days. So it just depends kind of what I'm feeling. Okay. A lot of the stuff I go based on feel. The whole premise of the sport is feel. You hear so many swimmers talk about it didn't feel right or I felt good in the water. No one can explain it besides the word feel. That's the best we got. So a lot of what I do is based on feel. Music beforehand? Are you jamming out to anything? I started. Yes, to kind of, a lot of people started to get in my business a little too much. So the easiest way is just put headphones on, and then that way no one can really bug you.
What do you mean get in your business?
Well, I'm not the nicest person when I get in meat mode. You know, I'm there to take care of business, and once that's done, I'll do whatever you want. But you know, the headphones help just get people away from me. Yeah.
Block them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds mean, but
no,
I don't want anyone to interfere with what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
I don't think anyone can interfere with what you're trying to do. You seem pretty focused.
Yeah.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
What's it going to be like competing with the pandemic as a backdrop?
I think it'll be fine. You know, there's a lot of things that are out of my control, so I'm not going to worry about things that I have no control over. I'm sure the Olympics will be set up in a fine enough manner to where that's not even going to be a worry once I'm there.
Not nervous at all?
No.
Are we excited?
Yes.
You are excited?
Of course I'm excited. The nerves will hit later. Right now it's just excitement.
And focus.
Nerves or excitement and focus are right now. Nerves and focus come later. Okay. And excitement still hangs in there, of course.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. Tune in each week for insider tips on the products and services that make an impact on your daily life. This week, we look at how common beauty treatments can go horribly wrong. Plus, are skincare products like LED masks worth the hype? And what you should look out for when buying designer labels from your favorite bargain stores. All that and more just ahead.
Some popular cosmetic treatments.
They promise to renew your skin, fill in wrinkles, or laser away age spots.
But some women are finding serious complications and side effects. So we have NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. She's back with us this morning. This is a good one.
Yes, it affects a lot of us women, men too, because they're getting more into the game, taking care of their faces. It's your face. It's what you show to the world every day. If you want to give it a little boost, why not? But with so many treatments out there, we're going to share some important tips to make sure you get the results you want.
Beauty treatments gone bad. This Missouri woman says she went in for microblading, a procedure where a semi-permanent tattoo is used to create fuller brows, but she left with 4 eyebrows. Heather Muir, the beauty director for Real Simple and Health Magazine, posted these Instagram photos after a red carpet facial from a master esthetician left her skin scratched and raw.
Everyone wants to know why my top lip doesn't move. Right here.
Even celebs like Brandi Glanville, who shared on YouTube saying she had laser hair removal on her upper lip that paralyzed part of her face.
My face on the right side doesn't move the way my face on the left side moves.
I had age spots that drove me batty.
45-year-old Whitney Wingard first heard of a procedure called IPL photofacial from a neighbor in her Philadelphia suburb. The intense pulsed light treatment promises to lighten dark spots on the skin.
So her face looked great. She'd gone to a local spa. She recommended I try this place.
What did your friend tell you it would feel like, and what did it actually feel like?
So my friend said it would feel like an elastic rubber band, like if someone were to take a rubber band and snap it on your face. And it felt like that times 100.
What happened when you got home? What did your face look like?
It was very angry, like red and swollen. And I could already tell it was like stripes on my face, like red, angry stripes. It hurt too.
Whitney posted these photos on her blog to warn women about the risks associated with IPL treatments. She says the spa owner offered to try and fix her face, but she declined. We reached out to the business for comment, but did not get a response.
I've seen women with bad outcomes from so many different procedures, IPL being one of them.
Dr. Amy Wexler is a board-certified dermatologist. She performs about 50 facial procedures a week and says she doesn't use IPL photofacials because the results don't last as long as a laser treatment.
What do you tell women who are considering these procedures for their face?
Don't just read one little article or listen to one friend. Gather information, look up that person, do some research.
Dr. Wexler says before you let anyone touch your face, ask questions.
It's important to ask, have you done this procedure many times? How many people have you treated? Have you ever had any complications? If someone says no, that's weird. There's always a potential for complications.
A lot of times women are attracted to deals for these products. What do you say about that?
I say you shouldn't go for a deal for your face. And I think that if something sounds too good to be true in terms of it being really inexpensive, it probably is too good to be true.
Whitney, who used a discount coupon for her treatment, ended up spending $1,000 with her dermatologist to fix the striping. More than 2 years later, she's still on the mend.
Man, that's awful. So let's give us some takeaways here.
For sure. Well, Whitney does say that she takes some ownership, right? That she should have done a little bit more of her own homework. But it's very clear there are certain questions you absolutely have to ask before you get any of these procedures done.
Okay.
The key is when you go into the esthetician, what are the certifications? How long have they been doing it? This is an important one. What happens if I have complications? What will you do? How will you take care of me? Very, very important. On the flip side, they should also be asking you questions before you sit down in that seat.
They don't know anything about you.
They don't know anything about you. That's a major red flag. If you get there, Chanel, Dylan, Craig, and they just say, lay down, I got this. That's a moment for pause. They need to say, hey, how often are you in the sun? What other products are you using on your skin? They need to get to know you before they do anything to your facial skin.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is shining a light on a skincare trend that apparently is taking off, I've been told.
We never see you jump on board with trends.
LED masks. What do you mean? I'm always on trend.
Always on trend.
I'm always.
He's always in.
To like make
But
yourself
I think
look
this
like
looks
this.
interesting. I'm curious.
Yeah, and it's lightweight, and you're going to find out. So these are not the typical masks we've been talking about, right? These are called light-emitting masks, and makers say they can really help make a difference, from helping you battle acne to erasing the fine lines on your face, which none of you have, so that's good. But how do they work? We tried a few of them out. So
Why am I the only one wearing one?
Well, because
social media, celebrities lighting up their feeds with LED face masks. Some of the brightest stars looking for a little extra glow. The pandemic boosting the popularity of this at-home skincare treatment.
What's happened with sales of these masks?
Patients are coming in every day asking about face masks. They want to know what more they can do for their skin. We're looking at ourselves, for better or for worse, all the time on Zoom.
Dermatologist Dr. Mona Gohara says these devices are safe and can work, especially those with blue and red light.
Blue light actually can target the bacteria in the skin that creates acne and minimize breakouts. Red light, we know, stimulates, it's a long and fancy name, it's called photobiomodulation, which basically means heat energy being delivered to make changes in the skin. In this case, it's increased collagen production.
LED face masks like these claim to do everything from treat acne to reduce the signs of aging, all with just a few minutes of use every day. And you know what? They're no longer just for famous faces. They now come in a wide variety of different shapes, sizes, and of course, price points. So you know what we did? We bought 3 different masks at 3 different price points to see how they work. We really want to know if they are a bright idea. Super comfortable, very lightweight. First up, the least expensive option, Myfully's 3-color LED face mask, available on Amazon for $39.99.
There's a button, red light, blue, orange, back to red. Got a real raver vibe going on here. So this one...
You make masks look good.
You're very generous. Do you think a mask that's only around $40 could be effective?
I would say it minimally could be effective. But you know what? It may be better than you doing nothing. And I like the fact, again, it's lightweight.
This one's got 2 pieces and requires a little more assembly, but there's a whole neck thing.
Next, the intermediate option, the Photon mask by Project E Beauty.
And this one has a controller that plugs in.
Costing around $200, this one features 7 different LED colors and promises results after 4 10-minute treatments each week.
This one is quite heavy. Got a Phantom of the Opera feel going on here. Let's get comfy here. It's got a little timer. I'm gonna change it to 10 minutes. As they say, I'm gonna set it and forget it. I don't want the kids to walk in. I think they'd freak out seeing me wear this thing. So this has got a lot going on. What do you think about something with an extra neck piece?
Yeah. The benefit here would be that you have a little neck piece. You have something else. You have something extra.
This one has a strap that you put around your face.
Finally, the most expensive of the bunch, the Spectral Faceware Pro by Dr. Dennis Gross, sold at Sephora for $435.
Let's see if I can squeeze it onto my face. Okay, this is tight.
This one emits both red and blue light and says you can start to see a difference after just 2 weeks of 3-minute daily treatments.
This is one of my favorite masks. It's a quick treatment. It has multiple options for the treatments. I like that the area where the eyes are is cut out a little bit more for more kind of protection around the eyes.
While you shouldn't expect a dramatic transformation like this, Dr. Gohara says, face it, no matter what you spend, nothing beats an in-office treatment.
I analogize it to like going to the gym and working out with like a hardcore trainer. That's going to be better than a couple dumbbells at home, right? But both can make a difference.
I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I was fascinated to learn they actually
Craig
have.
is so fascinated.
He's loving it. He's tried every single mask.
Your father.
So these are toys, essentially.
Right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. I'm just like, you need sunscreen for these? Like, what exactly? Like, because they're not hot to the touch or anything.
No, not at all. And they're best on clean skin, as the instructions say. And Dr. Gohara says, realistically, you want 4 to 6 weeks for this to work, for you to notice results. So I'm still working on it.
Like, what? First of all, kids probably shouldn't use this, right?
You know what? She said that talk to your doctor, talk to a dermatologist before trying out. Because for teens who have acne, exactly, the blue light can be effective.
And this thing is for the neck?
That little part is for your neck right there. Lean back. I find it's easiest to do it just when you're laying down versus wearing them because they're kind of heavy, right?
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Designer duds with designer tags, and the prices so low. Discount retail stores like TJ Maxx and Marshall's selling high-end luxury brands at a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a department store. But these goods don't always come directly from the designer. Erin Sykes is a retail expert specializing in brands and pricing.
It's not actually the same manufacturer. It's not being produced in the same factories. They're not using the same fabrics or finishes.
It's called a licensing agreement when a designer sells its brand for use by a specific store. The store makes a product and then slaps that brand on the label. You think you're getting a deep discount on an item that came from a department store, but it was never sold anywhere else.
If you feel misled, like you're getting something that could have been in that fancy department store, and then you find out, no, it's a little bit of a bait and switch, that's where it feels shady.
So how can you tell?
Check out these dresses. They're from brands you'll recognize. This is in Nicole Miller, New York. We have a Tahari right here. And this is Rachel Zoe, selling for $29.99. That's a good deal, a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a normal retail store. But here's the thing, you've got to check at the very bottom of the dress. On the inside, there's a care tag. And when you flip over that care label, here are the three letters you're looking for, TJX.
Here it is again. And on this one too. That means these products were made only for TJ Maxx or Marshall's stores. But it's not always that obvious.
If you're seeing a lot of colors for the same item, or look at this, a range of sizes, this goes extra small all the way to large, that could be a sign this designer has a licensing deal with the company.
And even then, it could still be hard to tell.
Another thing you can do is take a look at the actual quality of the item. Pick it up, touch it, feel it. For example, is it actually lined?
Check the stitching, the buttons. Try the zippers too. They might not be the quality you'd expect from that brand. Another tip?
Just look it up online. This is the Joie Marquina blazer. I'm gonna type it in right here on my phone, and voila, it comes up. It was sold in a department store.
And don't let the price tags confuse you either. Just because the original price is slashed, that doesn't mean it was ever sold at that price.
If it's a licensed item, there is really nothing to compare it to.
It might not be so transparent in both stores, but TJX, their parent company, told NBC News it's on their website. Some of our merchandise is manufactured for us and some we design. Adding the majority of products we sell are brand name merchandise generally offered at 20 to 60% less than retailers' full price. Experts say don't let any of this stop you from getting a good deal as long as you know what you're getting.
Next, more people are getting their groceries delivered. So how do some popular options stack up? And shopping on Amazon, what to look for so the product you're buying is what you expect. Plus, is it safe to use Venmo? We have the answers to those questions and more coming up on Today All Day. Walmart is raising the stakes to deliver all of your shopping needs right to your door with this new service, Walmart Plus. But in a face-off against Amazon Prime, what can consumers expect? From value to variety and speed, we wanted to see who does it better.
During the pandemic, online grocery delivery saw dramatic growth, up 500% compared to last summer. Consumers now have more choices than ever for how to get their household goods. Add Walmart Plus for $12.95 a month or $98 a year. Walmart Plus offers unlimited free delivery. Sound familiar? Amazon Prime offers the same service for a similar monthly cost or $119 a year. Already, the prices are different.
But it's not just about price. What about variety, quality, delivery times? To find out how these services compare, I'm going to shop using one grocery list at Walmart Plus and Amazon's two grocery services, Fresh and Whole Foods.
First-time shoppers can try the services for free. Walmart Plus offers a 15-day trial. If you answer a few questions, it goes up to 30 days free, like Amazon Prime.
For our grocery list, we're sticking to the basics: milk, eggs, bread, meats, ice cream, snacks, fruit, and laundry supplies.
Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus offer a wide variety of brand name products. Whole Foods carries its own store brands, so we order comparable items.
Gotta get the milk. Walmart's got our tortilla chips.
Now we pick our delivery times. For an additional fee, Walmart Plus and Whole Foods could get us the orders sooner, but I select the first available free delivery windows for all three.
Okay, time to place the orders. Now we wait.
Thank you so much. All three arrive within their promised windows, so they're on time. But what about the condition of the items? For Whole Foods,
hey, see what we got. Looks pretty good. Not melted. No cracks. Perfect condition.
Our Walmart Plus order had a few changes.
We didn't order Chunky Monkey, we ordered half-baked, but they had to substitute.
Walmart substituted 4 out of the 12 items we ordered, including a chuck roast instead of the ribeye, and these hot dogs.
We only ordered a pack of 6, but this is a pack of 20. That's a lot of hot dogs.
We got exactly everything we ordered from Amazon Fresh, no substitutions. Our ice cream did come a little bit squishy.
Look, that's pretty soft. Okay, this is kind of weird packaging. The detergent came in the same bag as the bread, so the bread got a little bit smushed.
The moment of truth and the most important question, how much did we pay for each order? Even with the substitutions, Walmart came in the lowest at $58.33. Amazon Fresh, which gave us exactly what we ordered, came in slightly higher at $65.14. The most expensive, Whole Foods, $77.84. The totals each included a $5 tip. Walmart Plus versus Amazon Prime. From a delivery standpoint, for us, no major issues. But when it comes to variety and price, shoppers will see a difference.
Okay, remember to read the fine print. Depending on where you live, these services may require a minimum order amount to get free delivery. In addition to groceries, remember both services will deliver thousands of other household goods too. And if you're ever unhappy with what you get or the substitutions, just ask customer service for a refund or a replacement.
My favorite part of that story was your reaction to the ice cream. We didn't order Chunky Monkey.
Well, yeah, we allowed them to substitute, and they substituted about a third of what we ordered.
Yeah. For the record, I like it squishy. Oda, you're squishy.
Yeah,
you like squishy
I like it firm.
Me too. Firm. I'm with you.
What were some of the other differences in the services?
Well, so I think it's the brand names. I think that's what people are looking for, right? So if you want that, it's Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus all the way. If you're okay with substitutions or store brands, then Whole Foods has got just as much variety. It's just not going to be the things that you normally recognize.
So you got the 20 hot dogs instead of the 6.
Yes.
Did they charge you for the 6 or for the 20?
They only charged us for the 6, which was great. We didn't get charged extra, even though we got a bunch more hot dogs.
And you got like hot dogs for the next 2 months.
We are taking a closer look at the products you do buy on Amazon. Now, Nike recently announced it is no longer selling merchandise on Amazon. In part, they want to have more control over Nike products, and they want to crack down on counterfeits.
That move, in fact, underscores what some consumers are asking when they go to Amazon. Very simple question. Are they getting what they're paying for? NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to show us what to look out for before you buy anything on Amazon.
Yeah, good morning to you. A lot of us turn to Amazon, right, to buy all our stuff. It's the world's #1 online retailer. But the sprawling marketplace means quality control can be a tall order. This morning, we're taking a closer look at third-party sellers. They now account for the majority of sales on Amazon. So what exactly is a third-party seller? And how can you make sure the product you're buying is what you expect?
From car seats to creamer, kids' toys to cosmetics, the Amazon marketplace is becoming a consumer jungle where what you see isn't always the quality you'd expect. The concern? Millions of items sold on Amazon by third parties. Those are businesses that use the platform to sell their products. Third-party sellers now make up nearly 60% of physical merchandise sales, double what it was just 10 years ago.
Amazon is set up to be a very reactive system. They make it easy to be a seller. They make it easy to list new products.
Rachel Johnson-Greer worked at Amazon for 8 years as a safety compliance manager. She investigated hundreds of customer complaints and handled product recalls. While there are legitimate merchants, Johnson-Greer says third-party sellers can easily set up shop and sometimes skirt the rules on safety and quality.
Amazon doesn't check on that until there's a problem.
When it comes to third-party sellers, she says the highest risk categories are food and drinks, cosmetics, electronics, and anything for kids like toys.
What are things that could make children's toys riskier?
Either a physical characteristic, like something that could cause a child to choke, or it would be chemical characteristics.
Like heavy metals, lead and cadmium, or plastic additives like phthalates.
We have some toys that we bought from Amazon that are shipped and sold by Amazon and also by a third party. Thank you, Michelle, for bringing those in. You don't know which one's which. Tell us if you can spot which one is a third-party seller versus the one that was shipped and sold by Amazon.
So this looks like it's heavier, more durable plastic. You can see just how thick these edges are versus these ones. And if you run your fingernail on this side, there's almost no seam. I would assume that this is the nicer product.
This magnetic toy is almost identical to a popular brand, but much less expensive. Watch when she applies just a little bit of pressure.
Oh,
you just broke it.
It's broken. Well, that's cheap.
So tell me why that's risky for a child.
They could swallow the magnets or they could cut their fingers doing this. If you're looking at a product like this and they're cutting corners just on this, then what else are they cutting corners on?
But it's not just children's products. We found dozens of consumer complaints on Amazon for food and drinks that were damaged, expired, and spoiled. Just last month, this protein bar review saying it was full of mold. This one for baby formula, damaged product, broken safety seal. And several people complaining their coffee creamer arrived soured or expired. We also found discontinued products like this tea and sugar, all from third-party sellers.
It doesn't have an expiration date, it doesn't have a manufactured date, and it was discontinued in stores.
Correct. So who knows where they got it from, how they got it.
Amazon telling NBC News it removes products and takes action against sellers who don't follow guidelines, using tools that prevent suspicious, unsafe, or non-compliant products from being listed. The company adding it blocked more than 3 billion suspect listings before they were posted last year. Amazon says if there's an issue with any product, third party or not, contact customer service to get a refund.
If you're not sure who you're buying from on Amazon, you can set a filter. It's a 2-step process. First, select the category you're interested in, baby. Then type in the specific item, for example, a car seat. Scroll down on the left side of your screen until you see seller and look for Amazon.com. You're going to click there, then click on the product, and you'll see it's shipped from and sold by Amazon.com.
But you don't have to rule out third-party sellers.
There are great third-party sellers on Amazon, and they are companies who care about their customer. They make sure to follow the legal regulations and the safety regulations in the United States.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
President Biden's secret Venmo account might not be so secret after all. NBC's senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the details on this one. Hallie, good morning.
Hey, Craig, good morning. It's the app you might use, to split a pizza or pay the babysitter. It's easy and it's everywhere, even apparently the White House, with a new report uncovering what they say is President Biden's Venmo account. That could have national security implications, but experts say it goes beyond the president, with a warning to all of us.
Sending or spending money with just the swipe of a finger on Venmo takes almost no time at all. And that's apparently about how long it took for BuzzFeed to find President Biden's secret account on the app.
It took us less than, 10 minutes of looking to actually locate him.
Ryan Mack is one of the reporters who discovered the accounts of nearly a dozen Biden family members, not just the president and first lady, but a social web including children, grandchildren, senior White House officials, and all of their contacts on Venmo. The presidential presence on the payment app, a punchline in late night.
This is like finding out the Pope wears VR goggles.
I didn't even know they had Venmo on rotary phones.
But experts don't find it so funny, since it could present a security and privacy risk to the president and those around him, and highlights the exposure of Venmo's Friends feature.
I could go in and access your whole friends list because that's wide open, because Venmo leaves that wide open.
Is there a way to make that not wide open?
No, there's no way. It's permanently public.
Although you can hide your transactions on Venmo, you can't do the same with your friends list. So why does that matter? Knowing who other people associate with could raise a red flag for someone who really needs security. Teresa Payton was the chief information officer in the George W. Bush White House and warns this affects more than just people who work in the West Wing.
It could be people who are going through a divorce, people who have been in stalking situations, people who live alone and they're worried about sort of their ongoing physical safety and security.
In a statement to NBC News, Venmo says the safety and privacy of all Venmo users and their information is always a top priority, adding they're consistently evolving and strengthening the privacy measures to continue to provide a safe, secure place to send and spend money. While you can't make your friend list private, you can get rid of your list altogether if you want to by heading to your account, tapping on your list, selecting each person and unfriending one by one. A few minutes effort that might pay off.
In a news statement just this morning, a White House official tells NBC News the BuzzFeed Venmo saga reveals a too common situation, that the default on tech platforms is an oversharing of private information that is difficult to change, adding that the Biden administration intends to strengthen privacy protections so it's easier for people to keep their personal information to themselves. BuzzFeed, by the way, says this account tied to the president is no longer online.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! The Vatican, the smallest country in the world, but with enormous influence. A majestic state within a state, looking out across the majestic city of Rome. With a history stretching back almost 2,000 years, it celebrates the glory of God in its soaring, spectacular architecture. And it is home to the spiritual leader of 1.2 billion Catholics, for whom St. Peter's Square is a place of pilgrimage. The chance to meet Pope Francis is a moment never forgotten. My simple request, a blessing for my family, while His Holiness had a message for America, he told me. Pray for the poor. Pray for the families. You enter Vatican City, population around 800, through Santa Ana Gate.
Great to meet you.
Good to meet you. Father John Walk, originally from Chicago, lived here for more than 20 years. So this is Main Street.
Exactly. I mean, this is the post office of the Vatican. There's the bank. Down the way is the police station. Of course, across the street from the police station, there's the jail.
There's a jail?
There's a jail in the Vatican, and there's the newspaper. It's an amazing place, really. I mean, it's tiny, but at the same time, it's huge because it's the smallest country in terms of geography in the world, with the smallest population, and yet there's over 1 billion Catholics all over the world who are under its governance.
Who look to this place.
Exactly.
I'm guessing this is the fire station.
This looks to be the fire station.
And this is the fire chief.
Exactly.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Andiamo.
Sì, grazie.
Here's the fire pole. Every station should have one.
The station motto of the Vatican says, a day without risk is a day without living. Where everyone flees, that's where I go.
Are there many fires here?
Probably the most famous fire in the Vatican is the fire that burns the ballots when the Pope is elected.
And these are the beautiful and private Vatican Gardens. They cover almost half the city and date back to medieval times. Popes throughout the centuries have found peace here in this tranquil haven.
Pope Benedict, the Pope Emeritus, lives right behind where we are right now. Pope Francis, of course, lives on the other side of St. Peter's Basilica. And for the first time in history, there's the chance that you'll run into two popes inside the Vatican Gardens. This is called the Casina, the little house of Pius IV, who was a pope, a Medici pope, in the middle of the 1500s. And he wanted to design a place where in the evenings in the summer they could have sort of intellectual parties with learned scientists, philosophers, humanists, talk about themes of the day, but also of classical culture.
The architecture that we're seeing here is an extraordinary mix.
It's a mix of Christian symbols, classical, pre-Christian, pagan symbols. When that's true
really?
Of so much in the Vatican, yeah. I mean, or the obelisk in St. Peter's Square, it's an obelisk from Egypt that was dedicated to the sun god, but there it is right in the middle of St. Peter's Square.
For 500 years, popes have discussed religion, science, and philosophy in this quiet corner.
A monk was the founder of modern genetics, or Lemaitre, the Belgian priest who came up with the Big Bang. I mean, there's a lot of great scientists who are Catholic priests. And we're going to sit down when we get in?
Inside the casino, there are clues as to what the present Pope is like. And there's Pope Francis.
A beautiful painting of Pope Francis, yeah. This picture of Pope Francis with a crowd of people around him reminds me of a moment early in the papacy when, during one of the audiences, he was going by in the Pope-mobile, and he's waving to the crowd, and all of a sudden you see him go like this. And you're like, what is he doing? He's making these symbols.
Making a sign.
Yeah, and then you realize that behind, in the crowd, there was someone with the flag of the San Lorenzo soccer team from Argentina, which is his soccer team. And he was actually giving the score for the game the night before that they had won 2-0.
In fact, modern life can be surprisingly normal around the Vatican. Young trainee priests at the North American College are training today for a soccer match. Pope Francis would approve of us watching soccer.
I think so. He's a great fan of San Lorenzo, and we're enjoying an excellent game today. And that's part of our life. We don't spend 24 hours, 7 days a week in prayer.
Father Michael Baggett from Virginia, ordained in the Vatican some 3 years ago.
Beforehand, I was able to meet with the Holy Father.
Celebrating Mass with the Pope, a highlight. The calling to the priesthood was not something that you kind of felt early on in your life?
No, not at all. I grew up as an agnostic, without any real religious formation. I discovered the Lord as a teenager, entered the church when I was 17 years old, and then a few years later began the journey toward the priesthood. If it can happen to me, it can certainly happen to others.
Coming up, we continue our exclusive access to the Papal Palace, visiting those places rarely seen by outsiders. We're given a private viewing of the spectacular Sistine Chapel and uncover new clues about an ancient Vatican mystery.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Entering the Papal Palace, protected by the Swiss Guard, one of the world's oldest military units, we go deep inside the Vatican. With us, the keys to one of the world's most spectacular rooms. Now this is something. Seldom is the Sistine Chapel seen like this. Michelangelo's glorious depictions of biblical scenes that took him 4 years to paint fill the senses. And to have this sacred space to myself is almost overwhelming. This is the holy heart of the Vatican, where art, history, and Christianity converge. The entrance to the conclave. The conclave, where cardinals locked away behind closed doors and in secret select a new pope. Over the centuries, more than 260 popes have been elected. Ballots are burnt, black smoke signaling disagreement, white smoke declaring to the world that there's a new pontiff. Then there are the places outsiders rarely see. How many books are here?
At present, library holds approximately 2 million items.
The Vatican Library. Filming is highly restricted here. Librarian Leo Proverbia shows me this fascinating 1,000-year-old manuscript.
The black writing is dated 886.
The parchment reused, with even more ancient writing hidden beneath. Look at that, you can see the writing underneath the writing. That's amazing. Liturgies for Holy Week, written in the very language Jesus spoke. Ancient manuscripts are also kept in the Vatican Apostolic Archive, once known as the Secret Vatican Archive. Everything from information on daily life, from what popes had for lunch over the centuries, to records of the Inquisition and high church politics, like this parchment asking the Pope to let Henry VIII divorce his first wife. The Pope excommunicated him for that. Is it true that hundreds of years ago you could borrow books from this library, but if you were late bringing them back, you'd get a note from the Pope?
Yes.
That's a lot of pressure. History is here, in books, and in the Vatican's glorious architecture. For pilgrims arriving here for the first time, the holy city itself can be awe-inspiring, even overwhelming.
A church like St. Peter's Basilica takes heaven and brings it down to earth.
when we're here, we actually feel like we're walking among the saints.
Father Luke Sweeney takes me to the statue of the most famous saint of all, Saint Peter. Pilgrims come from all over the world to touch the bronze foot of his statue. And inside this box are 9 pieces of what many believe are the bones of the saint. At a special mass in 2013, Pope Francis displayed them in public for the first time ever. But perhaps the remains of St. Peter can be found elsewhere. A short distance from the Basilica, in a quiet Roman street, Vatican expert Marco Politti has something to show me.
Nobody in Rome knows this church because it was always closed.
Inside this forgotten church, near the entrance, is a plaque that claims that St. Peter's remains are here.
Peter, here. Petrus, yes. You see here it's sunt reliquiae ex vestimentis. This means that there are relics of Saint Peter.
Father Don Paolo shows us to the altar and the Roman-era pot that was discovered by accident. Scratched onto the lid, the name of several saints, including Peter.
What was inside the pot? There are relics of Peter and other 2 martyrs.
Bones.
Yeah, bones, yes.
Did this church hold a secret for 1,000 years? The bones, relics, placed here, some believe, by an early pope to assert his authority during a religious feud.
I think it would be wonderful to see if the bones that were found in Santa Maria in Capella match the bones that were found in St. Peter's Basilica. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're the same.
Maybe one day the bones in this humble pot will be scientifically compared to those found in the Vatican. Perhaps more precious remains of one of Christianity's most important figures. Next, a tradition that billions believe in. The Easter celebrations will take you into the preparations for the Vatican's holiest time of year.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
At the Vatican, they're preparing for the most important week in the Christian calendar, an annual celebration of faith and the faithful. Easter. The first day of Holy Week is symbolized with simple palms, cut for Palm Sunday from the Vatican garden. They will adorn St. Peter's Basilica. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, signore.
Look at this. Wow, from the Vatican Garden.
This is special. Right before Palm Sunday is celebrated by Pope Francis here at the Vatican. And of course, this takes us right back to when Jesus entered Jerusalem. He came sitting on a donkey, but what did people do? They took their cloaks, they took palm branches, placed it before him, and acclaimed him king. And what will start out with acclaiming him king will end up with Jesus on the cross.
This really sets us up for Easter, for the Holy Week.
It does. This is the beginning of Holy Week.
Meanwhile, the Pope prepares for the Easter celebrations. Here, inside the Apostolic Palace, the papal White House, we're given rare access to this exquisite chapel. It's the Pope's private chapel. Pope Francis will pray here as the Easter weekend celebrations commence. On one wall, among the dazzling mosaics, is this image of Jesus washing the feet of the apostles. During Holy Week, the Pope will do the same, washing the feet of prisoners. It has become an annual tradition on Holy Thursday. And there are inspirational images of the Easter story around every corner in the Vatican, depicted in its famous frescoes.
What we see here from Rosselli is this beautiful, colorful picture of the Last Supper.
And in Michelangelo's sublime sculpture.
We see Jesus right off the cross, dead, lying in the arms of his mother. That's where Pope Francis will spend some time praying and meditating before he comes out and celebrates the Easter mysteries.
Meanwhile, in the streets, as they have done for centuries, pilgrims arrive in their thousands and flock to St. Peter's Square, like the Kent family from San Diego.
Holy Week begins in what we believe is the holiest place. So I don't even know how to describe how excited we are.
Palm Sunday Mass begins with a spectacular procession of cardinals and bishops carrying palms and winding through crowds in St. Peter's Square. Encountering the Holy Father for the first time is an unforgettable experience. Worship will continue throughout Easter week in song and prayer, resonating through the centuries and repeated across Rome in its 300 churches.
To celebrate Holy Week in Rome, I don't know if it gets better. As Catholics, this is home.
A spirit of Easter alive today in this ancient, holy city, where generations have strived to rise above our earthly concerns. This place can offer us all, no matter your religion, a glimpse of something we all need in our lives, now more than ever. Peace. These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Jerusalem, Zion, the true shining city on a hill, home to one God, 3 religions, and many more names. In Arabic, Al-Quds, in Hebrew, Yerushalayim. For Christians, a place of pilgrimage. We are walking where the Bible says Jesus himself walked 2,000 years ago. To visit Jerusalem is to travel back in time, into history, and yet, in this holy citadel, facts and faith are not always friends.
Hello.
Good to meet you.
Good to
Father
see you.
David Grenier, from the Order of St. Francis here in Jerusalem, meets us at the house where Jesus is thought to have held the Last Supper.
Take this and divide it among yourselves.
When the Romans came, they destroyed the temple and they destroyed this place also. But they rebuilt it on the same place.
The evidence, he says, is in the very walls. This is a city where every stone has a story.
This size of rock could have come from the Temple of Jerusalem. This became the most important place spiritually for the first Christians.
And while you can never be confident anything here is what it's said to be, these are, reputedly, the very steps Jesus would have taken on his way to Gethsemane on the eve of his crucifixion. Normally, only the Pope is allowed in here. The first thing that strikes me when I'm here is how peaceful it is and the torture that Jesus was going through when he was said to be here.
He knew what was coming. The whip and the crown of thorns and the nails. He knew everything, but he stayed here.
And this is where Judas kissed and betrayed him, according to the Bible. The Church of St. Peter, built, some believe, on the ruins of the palace of the high priest, where Jesus was interrogated. This is where they say Jesus would have spent his last night, the night before his crucifixion, in a dungeon, a cell. To see Jerusalem for yourself is to truly comprehend how all these biblical events happened in an exceptionally small area. Father David takes me to the Old City, where Jesus was sentenced by Pontius Pilate.
Today we see the mosques. In the time of Jesus, it was the Temple of Jerusalem. So in the place where we stand was the Roman fortress Antonia. That was the place where Pilate would have been.
This is the first of the Stations of the Cross.
That's the first station.
So now we are quite literally walking in the footsteps of Jesus, following the 14 Stations of the Cross. So we've reached the fourth station.
Yes, that's the place where Jesus met his mother.
So this is the fifth station.
Yeah, that's where Simon of Cyrene helped Jesus to carry his cross. Important footsteps over here, because we're entering the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre.
This is the church which believers say contains the final 4 Stations of the Cross.
Underneath the altar, we can touch the rock of Golgotha, in the place where the cross of Jesus was.
And the Ediculae, thought by some scholars to house the remains of Jesus' grave. For Christians, the holiest shrine of all. The very place, it is said, where Christ's body was brought after the crucifixion. To come here for the first time and to imagine that this is where Jesus was resurrected, it's awe-inspiring. Next, we travel across the desert, as did those 3 wise men, to the place where Jesus was born.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan. I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our journey in the footsteps of Jesus takes us to the Negev desert, from where the Bible says 3 kings came. Wise men following a star. Good to see you. 2 millennia later, I go stargazing with amateur astronomers Wafa and Dawud. Great place to see the stars. They came on camels, records the Bible, from the east, bearing gifts. Traveling through the desert,
Yes.
that would have been the best place for them to follow a star.
Of course.
They were the astronomers of their day.
They were experts in astronomy. They were using the science of astrology.
Like all stories here, there are question marks.
If a star just appears, we can't conclude that there was an earthquake, a birth or a death. That's just mythology.
But according to the Bible, this is where the star guided the three kings to Bethlehem. And after 2,000 years, Main Street hasn't changed that much. This may be where the three wise men arrived in Bethlehem.
Yes, actually this is one of the oldest streets at that time from where the three wise men came to Bethlehem.
It's now called
Star Street.
Star Street.
Star, the sign of the wise men.
You can still buy some of those gifts that the three kings brought with them.
They sell all kind of spices.
Frankincense and myrrh. You have
to light it to burn it, yes.
Right.
Frankincense.
Wow. Look at that.
So expensive.
Oh. This is a gift from kings.
Yes.
Yeah, for a new baby. And the third gift?
Expensive, I don't have gold.
You don't have any gold?
No.
This is the very spot where it's believed the three kings came to. Called the Church of the Nativity, it was built some 1,700 years later above what is thought to be that humble stable where Jesus was born. Look at this entrance. You enter through this tiny doorway. But once inside, the detail is exquisite. It's beautiful. From such humble beginnings, this incredible church and incredible story. Today's Bethlehem is beset by conflict, located in the West Bank, flanked by a wall Israel built to section off the Palestinians who live here and prevent terror attacks. But raised every year in the heart of this holy city, the Christmas tree is a symbol with a different message. And at home, gathered around their own little tree, this Christian-Palestinian family will also celebrate Christmas. Do you like Christmas?
Yes.
Why do you like it?
We celebrate together and we have fun and we play games.
The Christmas message, as strong as ever.
That little child who is born every year, he gives us hope. He gives us hope that a better future will be coming.
Hope is the enduring promise of this holy land, where competing stories have brought conflict for thousands of years. The flame of hope keeps burning.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing.
That's it. Welcome to Today All Day.
Hey, everybody, thanks for joining us here at Today All Day. I've met some really great folks and had the chance to explore some amazing places. And I wanted to share some of these special moments with you again. I hope you enjoy these next interviews as much as I have.
We've reported quite a bit on the rise of anti-Asian violence around the country. It's left a lot of folks wondering
how they can help?
Well, the answer could be as simple as ordering a meal. I spoke with two chefs who are fighting back against AAPI hate by doing what they do best.
Food is typically somebody's first introduction into somebody else's culture.
For the past several years, chefs Tim Ma and Kevin Tien have been bringing people to the table, literally.
It's not just going and getting dumplings or banh mi. It's, okay, now that you're at the table, how can we expand our conversation to learn about someone else?
But their start was decidedly less glamorous.
Wait. You bought a restaurant off Craigslist?
Yeah, like literally I was that inexperienced at opening restaurants.
I mean, I bought a couple of things on Craigslist, but never a restaurant. Now, Tim's a high-profile chef in Washington, D.C., giving his take on Chinese takeout at Lucky Danger, while Kevin focuses on contemporary Vietnamese cuisine at Moon Rabbit. But as violence against the Asian community increased nationally, Tim and Kevin knew they needed to use their culinary skills to combat it. What did you come up with?
We started with one dinner here in Washington, D.C., with 5 Asian American chefs raising money with this one to-go dinner because of the pandemic. And then overnight, Kevin and I decided, let's see how big we can get. And so we called our friends and texted our friends overnight, and we were at 45 chefs and 9 dinners the next day.
The duo laying out a schedule and launching a website overnight, and chefs stopping AAPI hate was born. What was it like when you realized this thing sold out as quickly as it did?
That tells us that people are paying attention to the issues at hand. People want to help, they want to make change.
So far, they've raised at least $122,000 donating to organizations fighting racism and violence. You have this event, it's supposed to be a one-time thing, but you realize you need to keep it going. How come?
For us, it's all about continuing to spread awareness and amplify the voice for as long as we can or as loud as we can.
For Kevin and Tim, it's deeply personal.
I immediately thought about my parents. In the fuzzy videos of security footage, I can't tell the difference between that person and my parents. And so that's where it kind of hit home.
And for both chefs, it's a reminder that we haven't left the past behind.
It wasn't safe to play in our front yard growing up in California. People would come by and say things like what they perceived to be like an Asian language, or they would like throw things at us.
I was born in Arkansas in the 70s. One night, my sister and I were sleeping in our bedroom. Something came through the window, shattered the entire window. We didn't find out it was a brick until the morning.
Today, a few months after Kevin and Tim's first dinner, the program's already launched nationally, with events set from San Francisco to New York. And right here in Manhattan, the chefs gave me an exclusive taste of their first dinner. This is amazing. A delicious meal that comes with a side of hope.
I have 3 kids. We need to fight this now so that the next generation can fight for what's next.
What we can do is focus on the future, a beautiful future that we can pass on to everybody.
And guys, chefs stopping AAPI hate is getting even bigger. Several intercontinental hotels will be raising money by featuring one of Kevin's dishes on their menu, and the CEO of Open Table has agreed to actually buy any unsold meals in San Francisco.
We all remember the incredible 2016 movie Hidden Figures. It told the story of 3 African-American women who played key roles in the space race.
Mathematician Katherine Johnson was one of them. She passed away last February at 101 years old, and today her posthumous memoir is being released.
Al got the chance to talk with the Trailblazers' 2 daughters about the book and their remarkable mother.
She loved her work. She always talked about the joy of learning.
She could show us, you want to see a satellite tonight? Because she would know at what angle and what time we could see it.
Wow.
They were all a part of that.
For Catherine Moore and Joylette Heilig, Katherine Johnson, the famed NASA mathematician, immortalized in the movie Hidden Figures.
Without this conversion, the capsule stays in orbit. We can't bring it back home.
Was simply mom. It would seem to me having a mathematician for a mom would be my idea of a nightmare. And it sounds like your mom had you adding up the numbers on license plates. Did you enjoy that? Was it something that was fun?
Sure, it was a challenge. You see, my father was also a science major, so we never heard math is hard.
It was always fun. It was just another subject that they expected us to do well, because she said, if you expect nothing, you get nothing.
Johnson telling her life story in a new memoir titled My Remarkable Journey. Born in 1918, she grew up on a farm in rural West Virginia, where she showed a knack for numbers early.
When she was about 4, she would sneak up to their little school to help her brother because she could explain things that were not clear to him.
She finished college at age 18 and in 1953 started at the organization that eventually became NASA, where the space race and race relations collided. She's a woman, but she's also a black woman in what was basically a white man's world. How did she deal with that?
She said when she first walked into the office of NASA, there was a desk. And when she sat there, the man got up and walked out. And she said, oh, well, this is my desk. I'm going to work. And when they started seeing that she had answers to the questions they needed, no problem.
Mom's fight was more intellectual in the sense that she wasn't ready to go fight. And instead, it was like, I'm gonna outthink you.
Ignition, liftoff.
One person recognizing Johnson's abilities, astronaut John Glenn, who asked for her to double-check the computer's math on the 1962 mission that made him the first American to orbit the Earth.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Her calculations also critical to the moon landing mission 7 years later.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
She said, if they do what my numbers tell them, they'll come back all right.
But after a 33-year career at NASA, it wasn't until her 90s that the world would finally know her name. In 2015, Johnson receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Spielberg said to her, I've been reading a lot about you. She said, you have? Was it all right?
And just 2 years later, she found herself among the stars again, receiving a standing ovation at the Oscars.
And she said, what's all the fuss about? We were just doing our job.
Never bragging. There were people at her church for over 50 years that said, we never knew what your mother did. She never talked about herself.
When you think about it, I mean, it still is to me mind-boggling that this woman with her crew, without them, we're not on the moon. Do you guys think about that?
People were asking us, why are we just now finding out about this? Well, it wasn't up to us. You know, it was up to the historians and the folks that make a difference in what you know and what you read. So that's when you say, hidden no more.
So good.
Yes. By the way, Johnson wrote that she loved the movie, but they apparently took liberty with the one thing. She says she never ran out in the rain to find the colored restrooms. She said she just used the the closest bathroom because she had to work. Again, her memoir, My Remarkable Journey, is out today.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
This morning, we're catching up with a Hollywood icon, Dick Van Dyke. At 95, the legendary entertainer isn't slowing down. I recently got to sit down with him to reminisce about his remarkable career and talk about a brand new honor.
That's the thing with being an entertainer. You do it because you love to do it, not for the money's sake or awards.
Well, Dick Van Dyke isn't in it for the recognition. That hasn't stopped the awards from rolling in. Throughout his nearly 80-year-long career, he's earned 5 Emmys, a Tony, a Grammy, a BAFTA, the SAG Lifetime Achievement Award, a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
You left out one I didn't get. I didn't get an Oscar.
Well, there's still time. And this year, he'll be one of 5 honorees at the 43rd Annual Kennedy Center Honors.
The other awards are, well, you know, like icing on the cake. There's such a small group of people. I'm so tickled to be in that group.
I said to a number of people, I'm going to go talk to Dick Van Dyke. And I mean, everybody from, teenagers to folks that are my age, they all light up. That's got to feel great.
Oh, does it ever? Does it ever? A woman stopped me and said, "You're the one who's got to bring this country together." I said, "Okay, I got something to do now."
Van Dyke never shying away from doing what he does best, making us smile.
We went and got our shots, and there was a lot of elderly people waiting in line, so we came out and sang, "Just a spoonful of sugar." And everybody joined in. Perfect song.
In the most delightful way. At 95, he's eager to keep working. For 20 years, Van Dyke has been performing with his a cappella singing group, the Fantastics, their last show taking place just over a year ago. You had a series of performances, and then the pandemic shut everything down.
That's right. And we also sang at the Ford Theater for Obama. That day I was a wreck. There was the president out there, and my God, and my tie was crooked. Obama came up on the stage afterwards and straightened my tie for me.
Van Dyke's illustrious career also including some of the most unforgettable performances in TV and movie history. What are some of the ones that stand out for you?
I think the 5 years on the Van Dyke Show with Carl and Mary was the most fun I ever had. Carl didn't write things in stone. Everybody got to throw in their ideas. So from the first reading till we did it on the show, it was a different show altogether.
Winds in the east, mist coming in.
And I think I'm most proud of Mary Poppins.
A lot of people didn't know that you had played the two roles, of course.
The old guy.
You were Bert, and the old guy, the old banker at the end. And last time I saw you, the rumors about Mary Poppins that it already showed, but that you were going to be in it. And in fact,
I was in it.
You were, but you said, well, the good news is I don't have to wear makeup to play the old guy.
That's right, I grew up now without makeup at all.
Step in time! Step in.
When you are getting your Kennedy Center Award at the actual ceremony, what do you think that's going to feel like?
It's like getting knighted, as far as I'm concerned. It's the very top of everything. And usually they have friends and compatriots come up. I have no one, they're all dead. So I'm going to be surprised.
What more can I say?
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
And this morning, we want to introduce you to some teens who are on a mission to educate and inspire change.
I just want people to know that transgender and non-binary people, we're people before anything else. And even though our identities are a big part of who we are, it's not all to who we are.
This is Rebecca, Hunter, Gia, and Ashton, 4 teens who are athletes, dancers, writers, and advocates who also identify as transgender and non-binary. Rebecca, what did it feel like knowing that there was this feeling that there was a different assignment as to how you identified?
I wasn't this like stereotypical boy. I loved all things pink, and yeah, that just really felt like me until I found the language, and I had that aha moment. I was like, yeah, that describes me.
And when you told your folks, what was the reaction?
They helped me change my name and my pronouns so that I could go out into the world as myself for the first time, and that brought a huge burst of joy, and it felt amazing.
They're also members of the Gender Cool Project, a movement founded in 2019 that's on a mission to replace misinformed opinions with positive experiences of transgender and non-binary young people. Jennifer Grosshandler and Guerra Goldstein are the co-founders.
John and I, my husband, we are the parents of 4 kids. And our youngest, our daughter Chazzy, she is proud to be transgender, and she's thriving. And so the experience that John and I have had raising our daughter has been so positive that we wanted to help folks understand who our kids are in a really human and relatable way.
Your leaders are actually the young people that are in the organization themselves.
Yes, Gender Cool is led by 17 amazing, diverse young people. We call them our champions, and they are really our future CEOs, educators, scientists, their future elected officials. The list goes on.
As for Gia, Hunter, Rebecca, and Ashton, you can now add children's book authors to that list. They've teamed up with a popular book series, A Kid's Book About, writing about being transgender, being non-binary, and being inclusive. What's it like having your story out there?
It was very important for me to use my experience as not only a transgender young person, but also as an Afro-Latino young person, because I know that I represent a large group of individuals who don't have a voice or who don't have a seat at the table.
By sharing their own real experiences, the 4 teens hope the books educate kids and grown-ups alike.
It's just really important to be able to educate kids to be allies, or to even tell the kid who is feeling different to know that they'll be okay.
These books, I think, are a really good starting point to have parents read this and think, okay, my kid is still my kid. To have a kid know that they have a parent that accepts them will mean so much and just make them feel safe.
At a time when the country's seeing a wave of anti-trans legislation, the Gender Cool Project hopes their message of acceptance and understanding will shine through.
When people just get a chance to meet the champions, we see opinions change, opinions evolve for the better, and we think that that's a really simple but incredibly important thing that happens.
What do you want people to know about you?
I just want people to know that there's so much more to us than being transgender.
I'm trying to pursue acting and modeling. And all this stuff just makes me me.
I love playing lacrosse, spending time with my family and friends. And, you know, I hope everyone grows and learns to be inclusive in their everyday life.
We are human, and we are exactly like everyone else.
So you can make this legend right here, Al Roker, a part of your family.
Well, not exactly. All right?
As close as you're going to get.
Well, let's hit pause and explain. It turns out there's a kitten named Al Roker that's looking for a forever home. This domestic short-haired cat lives in Durham, North Carolina, with his foster mom. Says Al is very energetic and friendly. But one of the veterinary assistants at the rescue named the whole litter after different news icons. And then they came to me and felt that it was a good fit for the cat. So if you're interested, Al Roker is available through 2 Paws Up.
Wait, you're reading this too quickly. I think this is amazing.
I think it's
I have a feeling
odd,
there will be at least more than one call for somebody who wants.
Well, we
to
hope so.
adopt out.
Now, they don't ship animals, and they require an in-person meet and greet.
Okay.
But if you are in the area, know somebody who's in the area, we'll put the information on thirdhourtoday.com. You can check that out.
And then will you do me a favor when you adopt Al? Will you send us a picture? Wouldn't that be great?
See, I would understand them naming it if it was one of those hairless
It was a
Egyptian
little black
cats.
cat.
That's right.
Look at him. That's you.
So that's me. That's right.
They had the polka dot.
I wish you had little glasses on.
Yeah, well, we can make that happen.
Okay, well, so hopefully you'll be checking out Al Roker, the kitten, online. Yes. But we have a question for you about the checkout line at the grocery store. Now, I know it's rare for you to be in the grocery store, but...
I'm actually at the grocery store all the time.
That's well.
I should probably order online. Yeah.
In any event, so have you ever been in the grocery store? This person in front of you, you're at the checkout, and they say, "Oh, I just forgot something. Could you just hold my place in line?" And they run off and get that.
Is this true confessions?
Well, I've done it.
I'm that person. I'm the one who runs and I run and get something because I believe that I can get back in time before they're finished with my groceries. And as long as you're back, I think it's completely okay.
Well, I do too.
Yes.
And I have done that.
Yes.
But a listener of 98.3 TRY radio, that's right, the big TRY, wanted to find out if it was rude. Station's response is in the big picture, waiting 2 or 3 more minutes doesn't really make
It's not that big a deal. Our crew disagrees. You know, in our ear, you know what somebody just said? I'd hate both of you.
Matt Greenfield, our senior producer, says he hates us.
But I don't see why am I bothering you, Greenie? Like, I'll be right back. I mean, I know where the milk is. I know where the eggs are. If I forgot them, you know.
Because that's why I don't mind when somebody does it because I've done it.
Yeah,
so,
as long as you come back. He's
well, we
literally
try to get all our items.
Yelling at us right now.
He's yelling at us. Where did all this anger come from? Anyway, so you may be going to the grocery store, but by yourself.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about other activities like eating at a restaurant or go to a movie theater by yourself?
Can you do that? You can.
Oh, yes. I do it all the time.
Out by yourself?
Yeah.
We just had a buddy up yesterday. You can't go anywhere without Al Roker, can we take a selfie? So if you're by yourself, there's nobody to say, oh, okay, I'll do it. Okay, see you later.
Well, it's not like I'm inviting people in to
So if you're at a restaurant, you'll just go to a restaurant.
Yeah, just go to a restaurant. Like, you know, we've been on shoots, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's an article from Psychology Today noting that people can be reluctant because we worry about how people may actually view us.
I believe that.
Do you ever?
The older I get, the more comfortable I am with myself.
Although it's harder probably for you to do it.
It is.
The kids are still fairly
The kids
young.
are small. I will admit I usually need a phone or something, like just something to look down, something to play with. The other day I didn't take my phones and I was out. I can't remember what I was doing, but it's a little uncomfortable still, just a little.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do. You know what I mean?
Which is the beauty of it.
I
That's
know,
the
but you're
perfect
just
part.
sitting there.
In fact, research suggests people enjoy the experience equally, whether alone or with a friend. So, but it's a different experience.
Yeah.
And you get different
I'm willing to continue to develop that, whatever that is.
You know, what you might do is get in front of Matt Greenfield at a checkout line and then run away, go to a restaurant, and then come
sit
back.
there. You're welcome, Greenie.
There you go. We'll be right back.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's an unprecedented television trilogy that's taken over the city of Chicago, highlighting the everyday heroes from some of the noblest professions.
Fire department, call out!
Firefighters, police officers, and now medical professionals.
Multiple trauma patients minutes away. Let's go.
Today, I get to wear all three hats.
We have a new trauma
patient. Things were in full swing on the set of the newest series, Chicago Med, where I met up with Esapatha Murkison and Oliver Platt, two of the program's stars.
I'm feeling pretty good. You look real good. All right.
After a quick checkup from Dr. Halstead, played by Nick Gilfus,
I'm not going to make it. No, you're going to make it. That's the problem.
they taught me some medical lingo.
Numino ultramicroscopic silico volcanoconiosis.
Wow.
Bang.
Heads up, CFD Plan 1 multi-victim car crash.
I like that. We need to use that on the Today Show. Heads up, big stories coming in. Moving on.
Just a few stages over is the set of Chicago PD, where Sophia Bush, who plays Detective Erin Lindsay, showed me around.
Wow. It's amazing how much this looks like what you would expect it to look like.
Most of our extras are actual police officers.
Really?
They come and they work with us on our day off. Our interrogation room is down this way.
Before you knew it, I was in the hot seat.
So you can be good cop, bad cop at the same time.
Oh yeah. We like a lean in. A lean in is always
The lean
good.
in.
To say, oh no, you're cooked. We know. And then we can spell out all your facts and we'll put all the papers out and make you realize that everything is over.
It's done.
And then we just let you confess. We had him.
We also talked about the current controversy surrounding the real Chicago PD.
It must be a little difficult, with everything that's been going on in the news.
Well, with the police nationwide, really.
Yeah.
I know that I'm glad that tapes are being released. I know that I'm glad that police officers who are acting unjustly are being arrested. And I also want to make sure that we're not demonizing everybody out there who signed up to dedicate their life to helping you and me sleep better at night.
Then we hit the streets on location with the show that started the franchise, Chicago Fire.
You're the linchpin of this trilogy now. I mean, it's got to be pretty gratifying that your show has spawned these other two shows.
There's a poster we have of all three casts, and I don't know how many, it's like maybe over 40 people. And that's when you say, wow, what kind of monster has Dick Wolf created?
I got to watch Lieutenant Kelly Severide, played by Taylor Kinney, in action. And I did a little prying while I was at it. Of course, the man famously engaged to Gaga.
The city's awesome.
Good place to have a wedding.
Sure, there you go. Maybe. Then we'll rent out Soldier Field.
Before I left, the guys let me in on their favorite Chicago pastime, the game known as water bottle ball.
We get an empty water bottle, we put it in the center, and everyone gets around, and you close your feet, and then you kick it, and if it goes through your legs, you lose. Here we go, there's perfect.
Oh, no.
Oh, water bottle ball. Oh,
okay? Was that too much?
That's fantastic.
That wasn't too much?
Oh, my God. Got to get a water bottle ball selfie.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Let's get started with Talking Tokyo. Savannah, Craig, and Al join us live from Tokyo with the biggest buzz from the games and taste some of Tokyo takeout. Check it out.
Next up, female skateboarder Raisa Leo. You may remember her from this 2015 viral video where a very young Leo wearing fairy wings and a dress lands a heel flip after a couple of failed attempts. Well, now the 13-year-old athlete just landed herself a silver medal at the game's first ever women's street skateboarding event. Representing Brazil, she took the podium next to Japan's Mamiji Niisha and Nakayama after earning a total of 14.64 points on the course. The official Olympics Twitter account sharing this image showing how the young Olympian started out her skateboarding career and now how she looks rocking that silver medal.
Good, rocking
That's
that
pretty
silver.
cool.
That is cool. Guys, now we're going to dive into a little taste of Tokyo. We are surrounded by such amazing cuisine. We wanted to give some of the popular takeout dishes a try. We're not allowed, we usually bring in a chef and do a whole cooking segment, but we can order takeout. So the first up is, this is yakisoba pan. It's noodles in a hot dog bun.
Oh.
Carbs on the go. Yes, please.
Wow.
Want one?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take one.
Take one.
So we're just going to try it.
Mr. Roker.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're an adventurous eater. It's like a
Yakisoba
noodle
pan.
sandwich. Okay.
And is it supposed to be cold?
Yes.
It is?
It's delicious. I like it. Okay.
It tastes like a noodle sandwich.
Very nice.
Okay.
But it does
This
have
is
kind of
yours.
a hot dog taste.
Really good, actually. The
Very
next
nice.
one is
This is yours.
nacho.
Not nacho.
Natto.
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 Okay.
These are fermented soybeans, Savannah. This is a Japanese staple. It can be for breakfast, on the go, a snack, side dish.
Oh.
You top it with soy, and you stir it with your chopsticks until it's sticky and foamy. It's an acquired taste. Where are the chopsticks?
It's real sticky.
Right here.
Oh,
Okay.
here they are. All right. There you
After
go.
the cotton candy incident last week, I'm
All right. Try
worried
that.
about stickiness.
You're supposed to
Okay.
put a little of the soy in here. Did you mix it up?
Okay. Okay.
How is that?
Oh, it's
Oh, God, I
kind
love
of a
it.
cross
Just-
between beans and a Rice Krispies treat.
Okay. And then we have
Oh, it gets
onigiri.
foamy.
Oh, we're almost out of time. Onigiri, rice balls filled with fish or meat. Give me those rice balls. Look at this. These are smiley face rice balls.
Oh, that's
Look at
disgusting.
Look at this.
That's not good.
You don't like that? Look at this guy. Hello. Okay. Oh, wait. All right.
As we turn to a superhuman athlete who just added to Team USA's Olympic medal count.
Yeah, Katie Safiris took home the bronze in the women's triathlon, just third American ever, man or woman, to medal in that event. And wait till you hear about her road to the podium, the inspiration that drove her, and the sign she saw along the way to Olympic glory this morning. Katie, welcome and congratulations to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, it just took place right out here. Is it sinking in yet? I mean, you've got that bronze medal around you.
Oh, it's very surreal, but I'm very happy. And yeah, right back there in that water.
There you were.
Katie, let's talk about the story that Savannah just mentioned, because as I understand it, in 2015, you struggled, and then a little bit better the next year, a little bit better the year after that, and then this year, first Olympic gold. But there was this terrible crash along the way.
It was.
Tell us about that.
So in 2019, I had my best season ever and won multiple of our top races. And here at the test event, which was our first way to automatically qualify, I crashed into a barrier and broke my nose, had 23 stitches in my mouth, and didn't qualify for the Olympic team. So it was pretty upsetting, but 2.5 weeks later, I won the grand final in my first world championship.
2.5 weeks later.
Yeah.
17 days later, you're back on a bike.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was probably I think I was on the bike the day after, because I figure you're going to lose your confidence if you just get scared. So I got back on the bike to get my confidence back.
It's impossible to do justice to your story, Katie, in these few minutes we have together, but suffice it to say, you never gave up. But you also had a setback. You lost your father just a few months before the Olympics. This morning you woke up, we had some weather here in Tokyo, and you saw something that you felt like was a real sign. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so it actually wasn't when I woke up. It was raining and pouring when I woke up, but partway through the bike, I was looking over, and our venue was right behind us, and so the Rainbow Bridge was there with a big rainbow across the sky, and I saw it, and I just said, like, "Hi, Dad," because I had mentioned that he's going to be my spectator for this Olympics, and I took that as a sign that he was there, and so. I mean, my dad was such a big part of my journey for triathlon, and just to see that, like, it just gave me a little more boost of strength and energy, and I mean, I have that from so many people, but just a little bit of him today.
Your dad was with you in the sky, and then at the finish line, there was your hubby.
Yeah.
Sports photographer. And we were asking you in the commercial break, did he snap the picture of you crossing, or did he blow the kiss? And what'd you say?
Well, I blew the kiss, and he caught the kiss but missed the picture. So.
The kiss is more important.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And you still have another event.
I do. We have the mixed team relay this weekend, and that's the first time it'll be an Olympic event. So 2 women and 2 men, and we each do like a little triathlon, and we tag off, and it's super exciting.
Well, you were a force to reckon with from the get-go this morning. Thank you so much for being here, Katie. I'm so glad your Olympic dreams came true. You made us proud.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited.
And your dad is certainly smiling down.
Yeah.
I think so, too.
Yeah, Katie Zafiris, thank you.
Coming up on Today Talks, Team USA's Olympic pursuits in shooting and fencing. You don't want to miss this.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Craig and Al had the chance to chat with 2 members of Team USA's mixed team air rifle shooting, which made its Olympic debut. Check it out.
And we are back with 2 members of Team USA who just set their sights on Olympic history.
Mixed team air rifle shooting made its Olympic debut Tuesday, and Americans Mary Tucker and Lucas Kaczynski just brought home the silver medals, and they're with us this morning. Mary, Lucas, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're excited.
Take me back to the moment you're standing on the podium. It was a close, as I understand it, a close match. You guys lost 17-13 to China. You bring home the silver. They're putting that medal, or you're putting that medal around your neck. What's going through your mind?
The first thing was that it's heavy. It's like, there it is. It's like, you know, physically, it's like, yeah, this thing's a good chunk of metal. Yeah. But the other one is like, FUD, 5 years of work, done.
Yeah.
Mary, I find this hard to believe, but is it true that you started doing this by looking at YouTube videos?
I did, yeah, that is true. I didn't have a whole lot of coaching down there in Florida, so I kind of just started YouTubing, Googling, doing whatever I could, watching other people and copying them.
How did you guys become a pair, become a team?
So our Olympic selection procedure, the first place, we're paired up in one team, and second place was paired up in another. And so we both won Olympic trials back in February of 2020, so a year and a half ago. Yeah. And we knew, and we had that much time to prepare. So.
And Mary, I understand a part of your training table is a little unorthodox. You've got a bit of a sweet tooth. Yes. What are some of your faves?
Right now, I always carry gummy bears around, which Lucas actually happened to eat right before this interview. So
you ate her
I've only
gummy
got a little
bears?
bit left.
Life is nothing but a fight. Everything we do, we fight, meaning there's a good fight and a bad fight. In the housing project, that's a bad fight. In the Olympics, they call that a good fight.
Peter Westbrook represented the United States in fencing at 5 Olympic Games and won bronze in 1984. Born to a Japanese mother and black father, he grew up in the housing projects of Newark, New Jersey, experiencing discrimination from a young age.
I caught hell. My mother caught hell. My sister caught hell. I had to turn into a fighting machine, literally, to keep people off me. So when I had to translate or transfer in fencing, it was a natural transition because I had to fight for a living. Now I have to fight for fun. Everybody I grew up with in the housing, thousands of kids, 95% didn't make it.
In 1991, he started the Peter Westbrook Foundation, using fencing to enrich the lives of inner-city youth in New York. The foundation currently serves around 150 kids, including a select few who are competing here in Tokyo.
Daryl's skills are getting sharper and sharper.
Peter is like a father figure, a mentor, another competitor.
Don't be scared of Daryl, Khalil. Show him what you got. Show him you're Olympian too, like Daryl.
His spirit and his energy is something that really holds us all together.
Oh, Yeja said, why you think I'm going to the Olympic Games?
If we win, we all celebrate. If we lose, we all cry together. But it's like more than a family.
I feel like a proud father. Oh my God. And then I'm sending black kids, and this is a lily white sport. Uh-oh. I let the kids know. You have to see the brilliance of your blackness. You gotta see your light first in order to make it shine.
A lot of people say, I didn't even know black people fence. That's kind of pretty cool to say that, like, no, I do fence, and there are black people that fence, and more black people are fencing, and it's growing.
More than any medal, Westbrook is proud of the people who come out of the program, calling them Olympians in life.
In fencing, you lose more than you win. So by losing, you learn how to get up and fight and try harder.
Thank God to Peter that he helped me with everything. He even helped me to find a job, and he also helped me to get my citizenship.
I see myself in many of the kids, single parents home, not a lot of opportunities in their life. This sport saved my life, transformed my life, everything. No matter how much I give back, it's never enough because I've been given so much. That's what motivates me.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, the hottest topics from Tokyo, right after this.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jenna. Hoda is live from Tokyo with all the major news you may have missed. Check it out. We are back on this Tuesday. I'm here in New York with Chanel Jones. Hoda is live in Tokyo. She's been watching all the gymnastics action and the Simone Biles news as it unfolded today.
Hoda, what was it like in the building?
Oh,
It was so weird, you guys. I have to tell you, you walked in. It's not that busy, but you still got this juice, this feeling of something magical is happening. And when Team USA walked out, we were screaming to them. Everyone was pumped up. And then it just started off with the very first event, which was the vault. And Simone ran and didn't have a great vault. And I was like, oh, what? Everyone was like, uh-oh, what happened? And some people who were watching said, oh, I slowed it down real slow. It looked like she might have twisted her ankle. They're not sure. And before you knew it, she was kind of whisked away by a trainer. So we all thought something physical had happened. So we were waiting and waiting and waiting. And all of a sudden she comes back. They were about to go on the bars. And those cuff things that they wear when they spin on the bars, she took hers off and just put them away and was having words with her teammates. And later came to find out that she was actually telling them that she was going to not be competing in this all-around competition, which, of course, this team competition is really what they've been waiting for. It was really devastating. You felt it in here. People were on their phones. People were checking. But what shocked me, you guys, is how she turned the beat around. I didn't expect it. I thought she might go take her sweatpants and go sit in the corner because it's a big deal for her. You know what she did? She stood there and she was like, Jordan! You could hear her because there's nobody in here. It was wild. You could hear her yelling for her teammates. She was getting the chalk block. You put your hands in the chalk before you do the floor. She was carrying it and running with it to give it to them. She was cheering them on, coaching them. I tried to get a word with her because I was right here on this edge so I could see her. So I was like, Simone, like a crazy stalker fan. I love you. You know how I do, But anyway, I want you to see Crazy in action. Take a look.
Turn it out for Simone! Love you, Cindy and Jordan. Great too. Go get him!
Oh, that was so sweet.
Who's the nut? Who's the cuckoo?
You know what, Hoda? I think that we all know your relationship with these girls, and we've watched over the years. I think her spirit needed that, and I think she received that. You know what I mean? And you talked about the fact that, look, these girls are away from their families.
Yeah.
Their families aren't there for the competition. It's a different kind of year.
Well, let me tell you, I know that Simone and all the girls and Suni and Grace and Jordan, they all look up in the stands for their parent. They've been there all the way since they're kids. They've been in the stands, except for right now. And, the question is for Simone, what was it? What made her pull out of this competition? And it was clear there wasn't time, so, we all thought it was physical. But I had a chance to speak with Simone and Suni and Grace and Jordan after the competition was over, and they won the silver, which was amazing. They won. Think about that for a second. They won the silver medal without their number one player. They all stepped up one by one. It was they had the eye of the tiger. You know when you have to do something and you're like, oh yeah, there is no other option. They got there and they nailed their routines. It was really moving. And afterwards, when I was waiting in the mix zone, I was kind of curious, how are they going to feel? I didn't know. Are they going to feel weird? They walked in. They were happy. Simone was cheering on her teammates. Her teammates were proud of themselves for what they had done. So here's what it felt like and sounded like in the mix zone after the competition had wrapped up. Love you.
Thank you.
I just have to say I was kind of shocked in the audience. I was watching you on that first vault. I wasn't sure if you were wincing because you were in pain or you're wincing because something happened. Or first, just tell me you're okay.
Yes, I'm okay. Just super frustrated how the night played out, but super proud of these girls that stepped up and did what they needed to do, and now we're Olympic silver medalists, so it's something that they'll cherish forever.
Y'all are shining stars. I have to tell you, you stepped up.
We hope America still loves us.
Can I assure you of something? America loves you more.
Well,
America loves you more today after what happened because it was incredible to watch you guys step up. But just set people at ease, Simone, just for a minute, because people go to when they don't know, they go to the crazy end of oh my gosh, something's terribly wrong.
Right.
But where would you put yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how you're feeling physically and emotionally?
Physically, I feel good. I'm in shape. Emotionally, that kind of varies on the time and the moment, coming here to the Olympics and being the head star of the Olympics is not an easy feat. So we're just trying to take it one day at a time, and we'll see.
Okay. Well, you feel us. I hope you feel us, because today we said that you proved that you're a winner today, maybe more than any other day. I watched you get the chalk for everybody. I watched you cheer. I watched you dance with Jordan. I watched you.
Thank you.
Jordan, you were on that beam. You were like, "Excuse me, everybody, make room. It's time for Jordan time." You came through like, I mean, did you even surprise yourself?
I honestly did, considering what had happened 2 days ago. But I honestly, at that moment in time, I knew I had to put my feet into her shoes and show the world that no matter what happens, that we can all take a place of somebody who's also great. And you know, it was mind-blowing. I was just very happy that after my series, I was on the beam. I was just like, oh my God, I'm screaming. Everybody.
You had the meet of your life, too. Yeah. We watched you compete. I felt your dad's presence, even though he wasn't in the room. Mm-hmm. I know you guys probably all felt that pressure, like now we have to not just perform, we have to overperform. What was that feeling like for you?
It was very emotional. You know, there was time where I was like breaking down on the arena, but I pulled myself together and I knew what I needed to do. And I'm just really proud of all three of us because we really did step up to the plate when we needed to. And I probably wouldn't have it any other way. It's really hard losing a teammate, especially someone so amazing. So
you killed it, Grace.
Thank you.
You killed it. You had
Amazing Grace.
Amazing Grace. Is that her new nickname?
Yes.
Amazing Grace. Did you just come in with confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I just knew that we needed to have a really good day, and we all did. I think they really stepped up and showed people what we were made of. We fought till the end.
And lastly, just one last thing. Thank you, though. Simone, what did you tell everybody, your teammates? Because I know they were shocked when the news happened.
They were freaking out. They were like crying, and I was like, you guys need to relax. You're going to be fine without me. Go out there, you kick some butt just like you've done in training, and just lay it out on the floor and see what happens.
You kind of became a coach.
I did. I kind of like that a little bit more. I think I'm going to stay back now.
Simone, but you think we'll see you on Thursday, or how you feeling?
We're going to take it day by day, and we're just going to see.
Okay, good. I love you.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you. I love you. We're so proud of you. America loves you.
Thank
All right, guys. Thank you. We'll see you Thursday. Okay, I love you. Bye, guys. See ya.
Oh, Hoda. I love you. I know, Hoda. I have to tell you, somebody on the plaza said, "Is Hoda okay?" I know. A guy that said, "And how's Hoda?" When they heard the news, and I was like, "I think she's okay." But what I have to say is, you're right. America still loves them, and sometimes stepping away is the most courageous thing we can do.
Yeah, that took real guts, and I know that she knew the eyes of the world were watching, and she's felt that pressure, which she's described over and over again, and we don't know what that feels like. I mean, think about what this kid's been through. I mean, I think about it all the time when I look at her. She, she had a difficult beginning with her upbringing. She became such an intense athlete, and then Larry Nassar, that horrible doctor, and all of those terrible things that happened, and yet she worked through it. So for me, to look at someone whose back is always erect and straight, to have that person say, "This is too much," is such a big deal. You knew it would have crushed any of us. And but, and look at Simone. Maybe I'll be there Thursday. I'm not sure. So we'll see. I hope this isn't the last moment we see of Simone Biles. But if it happens to be, I hope it isn't. If it happens to be, it was beautiful just like that.
It was. If there was anybody they had to talk to after coming out, I'm sure they were a little nervous. Hoda, you were the perfect person. I almost think it was reassuring for them and let them, everything's going to be okay.
For sure. Well, thank you so much, Hoda. We love you.
Amazing, Hoda.
Go to sleep.
Hey, Nellie Biles, everybody's okay. I just want to tell Nellie that she's okay. Your girl's okay, Mama Biles. Okay.
Thank you, Hoda. Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day. Wow, what a day. I feel
this has been a crazy day. It's, you know, that's, I guess, how life works. It starts out one way and it veers the next. The news that everybody's talking about, you know, today, you know, Simone Biles. But I have to tell you, in a way that only Hoda Kotb can manage it and handle it. It started out not sad, but everybody was kind of feeling defeated. And somehow she's given it this triumph where we realize that it takes such grace to be able to push the pause button and say, guys, I'm not okay right now.
Yes.
And that's essentially what, so far, what we're learning.
I mean, and Hoda said it best on our show. She said, you know, this is not the last we want to see of Simone. We hope she competes again. But if she doesn't, she's made us so extremely proud, because it's really true. It's like, imagine the conversations she started from what could have been what some people think is not her best day on the mats, could be maybe the best day in so many different ways.
Oh, it
because
sounds like something out of a storybook.
Think about all the kids, no matter what, you know, whether you're an athlete or not, but think about all the little gymnasts who are thinking, oh, I guess it's okay to take care of myself.
It's okay to say I'm not okay right now. And you know what? Another part of the story are the other girls who stepped up to meet the moment
100%.
and rallied around her in love and said, you know what? We're going to do this, and we're going to do this for you and ourselves. And then they crushed it. They got silver, which, you know what? At first, people weren't so sure that they could pull it off.
And also the fact of how she did it. She said to everybody, you know, I mean, we don't know everything, but we assume she said, I'm not okay. She said to Hoda that it wasn't physical, emotional, and I'm not going to continue on. But it wasn't like she threw something and walked
pouting.
off. She stayed to cheer. So in some ways, she was always the glue of this team. She has been forever, and she continued to be. Like, what type of grace does that take? It's pretty incredible.
And I think it's what you said. The takeaway for this one is that it doesn't matter whether you're an athlete. It's just, you could be like us, just folks walking down the street. But to take things like that, challenging moments, and try to wrap it in grace. And people can learn from it. Do you know?
And I think as parents too, it's like we've seen all of these studies, particularly I think over the last year, about how this generation of kids, our generation of kids, and the one right above it, feels like they're in a pressure cooker. And it's like, I'm not sure what happened and how it got this way, because when we were little, I would do a cartwheel like I've done on this show before, which most people would not call a cartwheel, and I would get a sticker, and they called us the sticker generation, you and me, because it was too much praise for not enough talent. But the truth is, something has to give.
There's something to be said for that. And for me also, I just lost my train of thought.
No, that's okay. You know what? We do that at Today Talks. Sometimes we have good conversation.
Well, because it was going so
I was talking about kids. It's still going there. I was talking about kids and how this generation feels so much pressure. And what do we do as a society to take some of that off?
I got it. I think that we have to be a little bit more mindful about how we treat each other, because you see her and you think everything's fine, right? She puts on her game face, if you will. I think that we have to give our friends and our family and our kids a little bit of grace in that sometimes people aren't okay, and give them space to not be okay. And I think that's, I don't know, I just think even for us in the media, like the questions, I just think we're all going to have to rethink this thing with how we do it.
Yeah,
you know?
I totally agree. How we build people up and then easily throw them down.
That was my thought.
But you know what? And it's so true. And I think, you know, we can look at social media, or you can look at how strong she is and think that that's
everything's perfect.
Yeah, no, not everything is perfect. And she's human, and she's an incredible example, I think, to all of us.
What a teachable moment. Like I said, what a day. We started this day thinking, oh, everything is just, the Olympics.
Should we do it again tomorrow? What do you think?
I don't know if I'm ready.
Okay, well, not yet, but we will be here. And thank you so much for watching this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more. It's on all day.
This.
Today All Day just is on all day.
Real talk.
All day. Thank you for watching.
24 years old, and you're, wow, I just noticed the tat. Is that a new one?
This one's all is 5 years old.
Give us the story on the Olympic rings, if you don't mind.
So, first team was in 2016. It's a little 19-year-old buckaroo. Made the team, and that was really the talk of camp. So once you make the team, you get shipped off to camp. That's what everyone talks about, is where you're going to get your ring tattoo. So decided on the forearm. As soon as I got back from Rio, went to the tattoo shop, which actually the same guy, same artist who did my tattoo over here.
Yeah.
And then I wanted them on their own, and I wanted them matched up with a flag. So I got everything incorporated that I wanted.
So when you win a half dozen or so golds this summer, where are those tats going?
Oh, I'm not getting any. I'm done.
You're done.
I'm done for a bit. Yeah.
So let's talk about swimming, just in general. How did Caleb Dressel get into swimming?
I ask myself that question a lot, actually. Some days more than others. When I'm not doing too good in the pool here, I ask myself that a lot. I think the sport chose me. I did a lot of sports growing up: track, basketball, only on the weekends. I was a weekend warrior with a lot of things: soccer, football. I wanted to be a receiver in the NFL. Actually, that was my first dream as a kid. Yep. So I was pretty quick on land. I had good hand-eye coordination. I couldn't walk away from the sport. Around age 12, I was doing football and swimming. Couldn't step away from the sport. So I think the sport chose me. I love the challenges that it throws my way. I love, learning a lot about myself. The water teaches me a lot about myself, a little more than I would like sometimes.
Yeah.
But sport chose me.
What's it teach you about yourself?
There's a lot of valleys with the sport and a lot of mountaintops. It can take you to some places where you're really uncomfortable. And it'll take you to some training points mentally. And you got to find out quickly who you are, what you're really made of, and move on from it. And I'm really appreciative of those moments. And that's why I'm still doing this sport. And I think still enjoying it is the challenges that it brings to make me a better person, better swimmer, better athlete. Everything incorporated into being a person, being a man. The water, I think, has contributed a lot to that.
You've said in the past that swimming it's just getting from point A to point B. That would seem to be a bit oversimplified, no?
I think simple is good. That's the premise of the sport. How high can your hips stay in the water? How fast can you get from there to there? That's why I enjoy swimming. It's very simple, very primitive. Let me see if I can go faster than you. There's no judging, no scores, just time. Let me get my hand on the wall faster than you.
You've talked about every day engaging in some simple tasks, just picking up trash, writing in a journal. What is it about those simple tasks that help you in the pool?
I think greatness is found within mundanity. Those boring little ticks throughout the day. I call it putting pennies in the bank. My coach calls it putting tools in the toolbox. I think that's where greatness is found. People want to dream up this big, giant goal without putting the stepping stones along the way. And for me, that's what gets you to that giant goal. You have to be able to do the boring tasks, the tasks that no one seems to care about except yourself. Making your bed, picking up trash, streamlining off the walls. How many kicks am I taking off the wall? They're all relatively simple things. The hard part is doing them consistently and over and over and over again. That's why I like saying pennies in the bank.
Yeah.
You drop a penny in the bank every day, you're going to have a lot of money, maybe over a long period of time, but eventually you're going to have a good amount of money in there and you're going to have a pretty big investment. I've seen results from putting pennies in the bank. That's something the water has showed me. That's something my coaches showed me, my teammates. And that's what journaling helps with.
I journal as well. What do you want the 44-year-old Caleb Dressel to read about 20 years from now in these journals?
I have two different types of journals. I have a logbook for my swimming. I write down everything I did in practice, every set, the times I went, what I was working on, how I felt that day. So it's a full page of journaling just for my practices alone. I save all those. My personal journals, which is what I do before I go to bed, I'll write down everything about the day, everything bad, everything good, everything I could have done better, everything I regret, what I'm looking forward to, who made me laugh, who pissed me off. And I actually throw those away because once those pages close, I said what I needed to say. I'm done with it. I can move on with my day. And it helps me in the day when I close the book.
Wait a minute. So you document all of these feelings, all of these emotions, and you just trash them?
That day did its job, and I'm going to move on.
Let me just play devil's advocate, because I started several years ago when I had my first child, and someone said to me, you don't think about it now, but one day your kids or your grandkids, they might want to read about how this great Olympian felt in the moment.
Nope. My journal, no one gets to read my journals except me. I write things in there. There's probably some bad stuff about my wife I've written in there. There's probably bad stuff about my dog I've written in there. No one gets to read them except me. That's the beauty of how I journal.
Yeah.
It's whatever I say is between me and the journal. No one else gets to read it. And that's why I trash them and I'm done with it. Once I say what I need to say, it's more of a release for me, not something I need to look back upon.
Perhaps you've heard there are great expectations for Mr. Dressel this summer. What do you make of the expectations?
I understand that's something that comes with the sport. And trials for me, I am learning really quick. It does not get easier. Faster you swim, those expectations only get greater, but they're expectations from other people. It's not from within myself. So at a certain point, yes, I can feel that pressure. But I'm learning better and better every meet, every year, how to completely ignore them because they are irrelevant and they don't pertain to me in any way. You know, it's up to me, my relationship with the water, and how can I get from point A to point B as fast as I can. So I don't care what times other people want me to go. I don't care how many medals other people want me to win. You know, I've got my own goals. This is actually the first season I've shared my goal times with my coach. Those used to be just within me. After 2019 Worlds, I sat down with Coach Troy and we went over every split for every race that I swim. And he actually had goal times for me. His were actually faster than mine. It was kind of funny. That's why it's really fun to work with him. I remember looking at his goal times. I was like, really? Really? Is this for real? Because I set the bar pretty high for myself.
Yeah.
You know, there's a fine line between, I think, goal setting and laughter. And mine's somewhere right in that line there. So his were a little quicker than me. But I wanted to be held accountable with what I wanted to accomplish. And he's done that since I've worked with him for 6 years. But to have that on paper and have that out in the open with him, it took it to a new level.
I would imagine you probably reached his goals.
So the goal at trials is to make the team. Times are irrelevant. It's to get your hand on the wall first or second and to get shipped off to Tokyo. If that was the goal, we accomplished that goal.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I read that you're the fastest swimmer in the world right now. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You have to know you're the fastest swimmer in the world.
You know, I had a teammate who trained with me here. And every year, he'd end a meet, he'd be the best in the world. And he would take his name from the top of the leaderboard, he would scratch it out, and he would write his name at the bottom. So for him, he knew he was going to have a target on his back, but he wanted to be the one doing the chasing. So I would never view myself as being the top guy. I would never want to get complacent with that. I want to be the one doing the chasing. I know there's a huge target on my back, but I don't view myself as the best in the world because I know there's guys where if I get complacent for a second, I'm done.
I read that you were not wild about being compared to America's greatest Olympian, Michael Phelps. Is that true?
I don't think it's fair to Michael.
Why not?
He's a better swimmer than me. That's not my goal in the sport, is to beat Michael. You have a guy who could swim a 4 IM. He could have won a gold medal in the 2-back. It never matched his lineup. He won a gold in the 2 IM, 2 fly, 100 fly. He swam the 100 free on relays. You had a guy who could swim a sprint event all the way up to a 4 IM. If you put me in a 4 IM, I'm gonna struggle to finish the race. I'm a very different athlete than Michael. I'm fine with saying that. I'm pretty good at the events I do swim. I could beat Michael in a 50 free.
Yeah.
I could beat Michael in a 100 free and a 100 fly.
Yeah.
You know, I have some goals that I would like to accomplish to where I can consider myself to be great. And I don't have to compare myself to Michael to consider myself to be great.
But you've read these headlines. Caleb Dressel, the next Michael Phelps.
I've had the questions asked to me. I don't read the headlines though.
Has Mr. Phelps given you some sage advice?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, I've leaned on him. You know, I'm not going to say we talk every day or we're best buds here, but I know I can rely on him for anything. I know I can call him right now. He'll pick up, ask what I need. So I certainly feel like he's I don't want to say passed the torch, but I know he's a reliable source that I can contact at any point, and I know I can lean on him as much as I need to. You know, I feel like he's given the younger generation of the sport an opportunity to rely on him now that he's out of it for any advice that we need to get from him.
The nature of his advice, is it related to technique, or is it more just advice about?
It's more so stuff like this, handling
guys like me, handling nosy reporters.
It's not you. It's not you. It's stuff outside the water.
Got it.
Most comfortable I am at big meets, at trials, at the Olympics, at Worlds is when I'm walking out to go to the blocks. It's the most comfortable I am. It's the stuff that I need. The stuff I need help with is outside the water. You know, I'm sure if I texted him about technique, I'm sure he'd give me the honest truth there. But it's more so stuff outside the water. I think I can learn a lot from the guy.
I get the sense that you're quite grounded and you don't really like talking about yourself a whole lot.
No.
That's a fair assessment.
It's very fair, yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure myself out. You know, I feel like I can give advice here and there with stuff that's worked for me, but I'm not sheltered. I'm not scared of the world. There's parts that I want to share, feel like people can learn from, but for the most part, I'm happy. I'm happy with what I have. I'm happy with my inner circle. I don't need to share every bit of me with the world. I'm fine with people watching and supporting me, or I'm fine with people not liking me. I'm totally fine with that. You know, I'm not doing this sport to have the spotlight on me the whole time or to take the spotlight away from anybody. I don't care about that. It's irrelevant. If there was no spectators in Japan or no cameras, it would be completely indifferent to me. I'd be totally fine. You know, this sport, like I said, I do this for the challenge that it offers me. And the longer I've done it, the more challenges it's offered.
Let's talk about Tokyo, because you just brought it up. Spectators, it's going to be a different experience. How do you think that it's going to affect the way that you perform, or will it?
I don't think it will in any way. I do prefer to have people in the stands.
Okay.
I do like to put on a show. I want people to celebrate with me. I want to have that moment. I mean, at trials, it was awesome. As soon as I made the team at 100 free, like being able to sit on the lane line and get the crowd going, like I like that. But once I'm off deck, I'm over it. I don't need the crowd. Certainly prefer the crowd. And I love being able to share those moments with them.
Your family's not going to be able to be there cheering you on in the stands. How does that make you feel?
I certainly wish they were there. I remember that being the highlight from Rio. Getting off the award stand and being able to see my family up in the crowd. The people that got me to where I'm at, the people that have seen the struggles along the way, and they've seen the mountaintops and the valleys. They've been through every part of my career. My mom, even when I had my license, driving me to practice because I'm too tired. I was a baby. You know, those moments, they've seen every bit of it. Yeah. They've seen me come home from practice crying. You know, they've heard me say how much I hate the sport. At times, not all the time. But they've just seen every bit of the sport and have it boil down to, you know, a race that lasts, 40 something seconds. It's really sweet. And it was very emotional, you know, just having every emotion flood me at once and being able to share it with my family. That was a highlight of Rio for me.
What was it like to win 2 gold medals in Rio?
It's a tricky question. You think it'd be easy. I mean, of course I was happy, but I'm certainly never satisfied. It's something that I know I need to work on. You know, as soon as I finish a race, I'm already analyzing how I could have been better. So for Rio, yes, the goal, of course, if you're on Team USA, is to get your hand on the wall first, to represent your country the best that you can, to do your part in relays. So for me, yes, I'm just going to say happy so I don't get in trouble. Yes, I was happy with the meet, but I know I could have been better. So
You're never satisfied.
No.
You think that's part of what drives you?
Yeah, and I don't want anyone to think that like not something's wrong with me or something. I'm never satisfied with a race, and it's not like, and I'm still enjoying it. But the fun part for me is showing up in practice. You know, once you're stepping up to the blocks for a race, hard part's done with. You get to go and have fun. You know, 99% of what I do is training, and if you don't enjoy training, you're not in the right sport. This is the fun part for me.
I hear that you've got quite the fascination with Legos.
I love Legos. I've got a list of 3 things on my phone that I want right now. A really, really small list, but one of them is the Millennium Falcon Lego. It's like $1,000. Since I was a kid, that was my thing, was Legos. Every Christmas present was some type of Lego, and I just never outgrew it. But if I feel like I deserve a Lego, after Tokyo, maybe I'll get the Millennium Falcon.
I think that's the least you could do to reward yourself. You said there are 3 things on your phone that you want. One was the Millennium Falcon. What are the other 2?
Is it a Stetson cowboy hat? The Gus Silverbelly? One of them was a fanny pack. I got that one after trials. That was my gift to myself after trials. I bring a backpack everywhere.
Yeah.
But the only thing I carry in the backpack is my phone, my wallet, my keys.
Right.
So I just wanted something smaller, and then it turned into what's the smallest thing I can possibly get, and it was a fanny pack. So
you really do march to the beat of your own drummer, Caleb Dressel. I'm learning a lot about you. Legos, cowboy hats, and fanny packs.
Fanny pack. Yeah, I guess that wasn't a very good sequence of events. Remember, I'm supposed to be this elite athlete. Edit all that. Cut all that out.
No, we're not editing that. This is definitely in the piece. Congratulations. You tied the knot in February. How has marriage changed you?
It's been really fun with Megan. That's the first word that comes to mind. There's parts that have been challenging for sure. There's parts to where I've had to step up my game. I've had to be a better husband, a better man, because I want to do that for Megan. We're one person now. And the first time I heard that, as I feel like I should have researched this before proposing, was we were on a meeting going over some counseling stuff before the wedding. Yeah. And he was saying, "You do realize you're becoming one person." I said, "What?" I said, "What?" And it is. And it has felt like that. You know, me and Megan we're the Dressels. We're one person now, and it's been really fun figuring that out, figuring out date night, how much food I do consume, how much she needs to cook, because I cannot cook, and she's amazing, and she likes to cook. But it's been fun. And at trial, this is the first time since we've been married where I've had a big meet. She learns, I don't really talk to anyone at meets. So she after the meet was over, she's like, did I do anything wrong? Did I handle everything fine? I was like, you were fine. I don't talk to anybody. So
not even your wife?
Not even Megan.
I read that you took all social media off your phone. You use Instagram maybe about 15 minutes a day. Is that right?
Yes. I didn't use it at all during trials. So I opened it up after trials. Swimming has taken me 15 plus countries. I've seen awesome traditions, awesome customs. I've seen so much that the sport has taken me to. I love people.
Yeah.
So I want to share what I can. But no, Twitter's gone, Facebook's gone, Snapchat's gone.
Did you find that it was too distracting?
I found out I didn't need it. I know how to control myself and to not open up an app, but for me, I don't like baggage. I don't like having things I don't need. I don't want to carry around a full backpack when I can just carry around a fanny pack.
Where are you happiest?
I'd say my number one favorite hobby is good people, good conversation. So I'm actually very much enjoying this right now. Yeah.
You seem like it. So am I. I hear that you're also quite the drummer.
I do play drums. I got into drums 5th grade. Yeah. I went to a school where they required you to learn an instrument, and I started with piano, lasted a day. I said, that sucked. I'm tone deaf. So I switched over to drums and never outgrew it. Same thing with Legos. I just kind of stuck with it.
So you still play?
Oh yeah. Yep. I got my dream kit and everything. Yeah, I record stuff every now and then. I use Logic Pro. I make music. It's a music software program, so I'll make some songs every now and then. I can't sing. I'm not gonna share the songs with anyone, but
Right.
Megan's heard them. Some of my family have heard them. Friends have heard them.
Oh, so you are singing on these songs that you share?
Yeah, I know how to use autotune. Yeah. Yeah.
Who's your favorite band?
It's a little cliche, but Blink-182.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
What would you consider success in Tokyo?
The questions you think are easy are really hard for me. I'll be happy with that meet, and I will consider that a successful meet. If I learn something to take and move forward in my life, I will be really happy with the meet. You know, of course, I would like to hit the goal times I have. But like I said, the 99% is done. Right now, it's about going and having some fun.
What about the medal stand?
No, it's not about that for me. I don't keep any of that stuff. You guys should be jealous. I get to do the fun part, which is racing. I get to enjoy the race. I don't want to hang on to, I don't need a piece of metal to remind me of that. I got to enjoy it. I got to enjoy what was going through my head when I'm going through the water. I got to stand on the medal ceremony. I got to be in the village. I got to do all this stuff. That's all up here. I don't need a piece of metal to do that.
How did you get this way? I mean, you really do seem to have it figured out.
I surround myself with good people. That's the only thing I'm gonna give myself credit for. My mom and dad are my biggest heroes, biggest inspirations. I've got great siblings. I learned something from all of them.
Where are the Rio medals?
My mom and dad have one of them. I gave one of them to them. And I actually gave the other one away to a friend of mine who passed away since then. So that one was given back to me, but it's upstairs. I think it's in a TV stand somewhere. It's upstairs. I think it's on the TV stand.
Your Olympic gold medal is in a TV stand somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, most people put those on walls.
No, I don't want, if someone's coming over to my house, no, we're going to hang out and play pool or foosball. I'm not going to walk you around and say, yo, check this out. No, I don't want that to be the reason you like me. If you don't like me after you have a conversation with me, you probably won't like me. So I don't want anything to, blur that.
You don't want to be defined by a couple pieces of hardware.
No, I know people are different. I don't want to disrespect anyone because I could totally understand the other side of that does represent all those years of work. It does represent boiling down that moment of the race of being the best in the world at that moment. I completely understand that. But for me, I just rather give them away and have someone else to enjoy that moment. For me, I got to be in the race. You guys should be all so jealous of me. I got to compete. That is the fun part. I got to learn something from a race. I got to stand on that podium. I got to take all that in with my own eyes.
Yeah.
I don't need that piece of metal. I rather be able to give that to someone so they can enjoy all the things I got to enjoy, and that can be representative to them of what I got to enjoy.
You don't need the medal, but do you want to win gold?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't want you to think I'm not competitive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. What I appreciate about you, and I don't get this in all of my conversations with folks, you're honest, which is probably why you don't like to do a lot of these.
I try to be. That was our team rule. That's Troy's #1 team rule is honesty.
When you get to the pool, is there a ritual?
There are things that I like to do, but I'm very flexible.
Okay.
So I do like to stick to my routine. You know how big I am on routine. I like to do those things, but I don't want to think if some competitor had the big idea to like steal my shoe that I would start freaking out or anything. There's not much you can do to mess me up. I do have a preference of the routine I like to stick with, but you could throw a curveball in there and I'll be fine. Like trials, I would warm up in the competition pool some days, and then I'd go to the warm-up pool some days. So it just depends kind of what I'm feeling. Okay. A lot of the stuff I go based on feel. The whole premise of the sport is feel. You hear so many swimmers talk about it didn't feel right or I felt good in the water. No one can explain it besides the word feel. That's the best we got. So a lot of what I do is based on feel. Music beforehand? Are you jamming out to anything? I started. Yes, to kind of, a lot of people started to get in my business a little too much. So the easiest way is just put headphones on, and then that way no one can really bug you.
What do you mean get in your business?
Well, I'm not the nicest person when I get in meat mode. You know, I'm there to take care of business, and once that's done, I'll do whatever you want. But you know, the headphones help just get people away from me. Yeah. Block them out. Yeah. Huh. It sounds mean, but no, I don't want anyone to interfere with what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
I don't think anyone can interfere with what you're trying to do. You seem pretty focused.
Yeah.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's it going to be like competing with the pandemic as a backdrop?
I think it'll be fine. You know, there's a lot of things that are out of my control, so I'm not going to worry about things that I have no control over. I'm sure the Olympics will be set up in a fine enough manner to where that's not even going to be a worry once I'm there.
Not nervous at all?
No.
Are we excited?
Yes.
You are excited?
Of course I'm excited. The nerves will hit later. Right now it's just excitement.
And focus.
Nerves and or excitement and focus are right now. Nerves and focus come later. Okay. And excitement still hangs in there, of course.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut.
Cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Hey, today all day. Father's Day is this Sunday. I will pause while you go, oh, it is? I was just thinking of stopping by the convenience store and picking up some duct tape and a screwdriver and giving it to Dad. Well, how about this? How about cooking up a special meal? Up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is whipping up a hearty pasta dish, plus a surprising sweet treat for dessert that doubles as a great gift.
My dad, what a pain in the ass, and a man of few words.
What else do we have?
He really only opens up his mouth to eat. You gotta love him. So for this Father's Day, I'm making him a couple of his favorite dishes that I know your dad's gonna love just as much. For dinner, I'm making pasta al vino with crispy sausage and an irresistibly crunchy breadcrumb topping. Then for dessert, chocolate hazelnut sausage. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it is delicious, and it just so happens to also make the perfect gift. First up is dessert, our chocolate hazelnut sausage. We want to get started on this because it needs some time to set in the fridge. So, first things first, I have some hazelnuts. So I'm leaving some whole. I'm gonna chop up the rest, and this is gonna imitate or mimic the pockets of fat found in sausage, and it's gonna give the illusion that this is an actual savory sausage. When chopping nuts, throw your hand at the tip of the knife. This will help secure it and help you guide it across the nuts. This does not need to be perfect. Like I said, this is mimicking fat pockets, and fat pockets come in all different sizes. So if you have some super fine, that's awesome. And if you have some that are a little bit more chunky, that is fine too. If you're not a fan of hazelnuts, you can use any nut. You can even put in dried fruits. Pistachios and dried cherries would be an amazing substitute. I'm happy with this. Perfect. I need to grab a couple of more ingredients from the pantry, and we're gonna get started on our chocolate ganache. The star of this dish, aside from the hazelnuts, is this chocolate. I like to use 58 to 65% chocolate. The percentage is the amount of cocoa. The higher the number, the darker and more bitter the chocolate. To chop chocolate, I like to use a serrated knife. You have a little bit more control. Your knife won't slide on the board, and look how easily it just crushes through this premium chocolate bar. Doesn't need to be perfect because we're melting it. The smaller the chocolate pieces, the quicker they'll melt. And we all know I do not have patience. I'm going to put it right into a bowl. Okay, try not to eat it. It smells so good. To this, we'll add just a couple more ingredients. Plain old granulated sugar. Always level it off. You want the perfect amount, especially when it comes to desserts. That's when you're supposed to be OCD. Up next, somewhat of an unconventional ingredient, an egg white. What this egg white's going to do is help create a less brittle texture in our final ganache. So, right on in. then just because I can't do dessert without a little vanilla. Just a little bit, enough to help amplify the other flavors going on. And finally, a couple of tablespoons of plain old tap water. We're gonna put this over a pot with barely simmering water. We're not looking to touch the bottom. This is called a double boiler. We want that gentle steam that's wafting to slowly and evenly melt our chocolate without burning it. So just start stirring. This will happen pretty quickly. Very relaxing, very zen, and smells amazing. Be sure to periodically scrape down the sides of the bowl. It's gonna help make sure that everything melts properly and avoid scorching along the side. You can see how velvety it's looking. It has a beautiful sheen. Okay, that's it. See how nice and silky it is? Time for the fun part. Let's start making sausage. All that's left is to add our hazelnuts. Just slowly fold them in. Try to get it all coated in chocolate. You don't want to see too much of the nut itself popping out. That's it. And now we play the waiting game. Into the fridge to set for 45 minutes to an hour. Our chocolate mixture has been in the fridge for about an hour, and you can see that there's no wet spots, which means it's not going to be too hard to work with because it's sticky. But if I press on it, it still gives, which means I'll be able to roll it into the sausage log. So I'm gonna grab myself a pretty generous sheet of plastic wrap. And then transfer my chocolate right into the center of it. Now, I'm just going to try to start shaping this into a log using the plastic as a guide to help shaping it. At first, we'll just start getting a general shape, and then we'll refine it. So I like to make my sausage log 9.5 inches, because I think that that's the perfect length and width that we'll get with the chocolate when we slice into it. But it doesn't have to be so crazy. If you have OCD, you can use a ruler. So I'm actually just shy of where I want to be. And try to keep it nice and even in diameter. You don't want it to taper too much. Then twist off your sides and tuck them under. This is the first step in shaping our sausage, but I have one more secret ingredient that's really going to give you the illusion that this is the real thing.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Been about an hour, maybe a little more. So I'm carefully going to unwrap it. Grab yourself a fresh sheet of plastic wrap. And now for a little secret ingredient, just some powdered sugar. This is going to give the illusion of that moldy exterior found in a cured sausage or salami. So about a half a cup, and just coat it all around and roll it in. It's okay if it's cakey. Make sure you cover it. And then, you guessed it, wrap it back up. It needs one more rest in the fridge. At least a couple of hours. We really want to get it nice and solid, but preferably overnight. Surprise! I wasn't going to wait overnight. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. All your hard work. If you can get the plastic off. So as it sits in the fridge, you can see like these wet spots. That's the condensation from the fridge. And that's what's going to really give the illusion of dried sausage. And just carefully get rid of that cakiness. Definitely leave some on. Now to package it up for Dad. You can use any food grade paper. I'm simply using parchment. And if you go to like an old school salumeria to get some salami, pretty similar to what you're gonna get at a store. Now, you can leave it simply just like this, or if you have nothing better to do with your life, like me, maybe add some twine. It's a gift. Make it look like you cared. I'm just gonna tie it in a couple of places to secure it. Nothing fancy. My dad's not gonna notice. He's just gonna wonder when I'm gonna cut it open. You do you. You wanna tape down the sides? Tape down the sides. Simple is good enough for Dad. Our sausage is packed, but I'm not that cheap, so I'm also gonna give Dad a bottle of his favorite wine. Throw this in a bag, and I'm all set for Father's Day dinner.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When the pandemic started, I was kind of ravaging through my pantry trying to figure out what I can cook because getting to the grocery store was scary and just hard. And I came up with this dish, pasta al vino. So for this recipe, I need 2 small cloves of garlic. And this is what we're going to use to flavor our crumbs. So get those peeled. Ooh, that was an easy one. Save the rest of the garlic. We're gonna need it for the sauce part of our dish. Perfect. Let's get cooking. I have my skillet. I like to use a non-stick for this over medium-high heat. And I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of some really good butter. Look how beautiful the color of this butter is. Just let it melt. To that, we're going to grate our garlic using a fine zester. This is so much easier than mincing. Pinch of salt. Melt our butter and cook this for about a minute until it's nice and fragrant, which it already is. Smells divine. Now for the crunch. Panko, 1/2 cup of it. Get that in there. And now we're gonna cook this until the panko is crispy and nice and golden. Now just keep stirring. This is one of those things where it's gonna look like you're stirring for a while and nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, it's done. I like to use panko for this recipe because of its texture. It's crunchy to begin with, and it just is going to add a bite to this dish that takes it to a whole new level. Make sure you scrape down the sides so they don't burn. The pieces that stick to the side of the pot will overcook. You can see it's starting to take on a little color now. We're nearly there. Looking for a nice golden brown, nice and toasty. And there you have it. It's as simple as that. Now, do not leave this in the pan. The pan is hot. These will continue to cook. You'll walk away, come back, and they'll be burnt. And you'll be sad. So immediately transfer it into a bowl. That's all there is to it. Let's make some pasta. I have some beautiful Italian sausage here. Take that out. Then our leftover garlic from those breadcrumbs, just thinly slice. 4 large cloves. You can never have enough garlic, right? Okay. Next up, we have an onion. 1 large yellow onion. It's gonna add a little sweetness to this dish. Not too much, just enough. And we'll just slice these into thin half moons. Canned artichokes. I always have canned artichokes in my pantry. They're great in salads. I actually use it for pesto. And of course, my pasta al vino. And we're just gonna give these a rough chop. Not too small. We wanna leave some texture in the dish. Okay. I don't even know if I do recipes without pecorino cheese anymore, but pecorino. A nice, healthy portion. Measure that out so it's ready to go. There you have it. Let's get cooking. Let that get nice and warm. And in the meantime, back to our beautiful sausage. We want to remove the casing so that we can break up the meat. Peels right off. And if you want to get a head start and kind of use your hands and break it into small pieces, we're going to break it up into bite-sized chunks. You want everything to kind of be around the same size. So these onions will cook down. We have these bite-sized artichoke hearts, so we want bite-sized bits of sausage. Because we're making such a delicate white wine sauce, I prefer to use the sweet so that the wine really stands out. Perfect. Use a slotted spoon and transfer our sausage to a bowl, leaving all the rendered fat behind and that flavored olive oil. Don't worry about all of this fond. It's all flavor, and when we add the white wine, it'll pull it out. Perfect. Another couple of tablespoons of butter right into this hot skillet. And then in go our onions. We're going to cook these for about 10-12 minutes. We're not looking to get them super caramelized, just light amber and softened so that they have a nice bite when we serve our finished dish. Get that nice and coated in that butter. Oh, it smells so good. Every component of this dish just smells so good. I'm going to throw in just a little pinch of salt. Season in layers. The sausage is salty, so you don't need to add too much. And we have a couple more ingredients that are going to add a saltiness to this dish. Speaking of salt, let's not forget about our water. A lot of waiting this episode. A lot of waiting. Hurry up and wait. I think this is as rolling of a boil as we're going to get out of this machine. Now that our onions are close to being halfway there, time to drop our pasta. My favorite, bucatini. I'm only using a ½ pound. This serves 2 people generously. But you can double this recipe if you're feeding a family of 4, or if you want a ton of leftovers. We're going to finish our pasta in the sauce, so I am going to cook it about a minute and a half shy of al dente. Apparently there's a shortage of bucatini, so if you're having trouble finding it because you don't have the hookup like I do, you can use fettuccine, linguine, or even a fun shape like cavatappi will work for this. Okay, another minute or 2, we're ready to move on with this sauce. So let's add all of our garlic. And our artichoke hearts. We're not really looking to cook them at this point. We're just looking to warm everything through, allow that fragrance to really permeate this sauce. Doesn't this look great? You know what's up next? Some wine. No need to ever measure wine. You always have to eyeball. And you see how it's just automatically just taking all that flavor that's stuck on the bottom of the pot and melting it away. All that flavor is just melting right into our sauce thanks to that white wine. Also going to add some chicken base. And it's just a concentrated paste that adds almost like an umami, just a delicious, salty flavor that just enhances the dish. I even add it to chicken stock when I'm making it, just to boost the flavor a little bit. And that'll melt right in there. Okay, look at that. And I think our pasta just so happens to be ready. Oh yeah. Try to get all of it. I think I'm grasping at nothing. Okay, give that a little whirlsy. Now, some starch water, which is gonna help bind everything together. You can always add more to get the right consistency. And then let's start adding everything else. Our sausage goes back in. And then there goes our cheese. Just toss it up. The cheese will melt into the sauce. That starch water will help thicken it up a little bit. You want to cook it for about a minute or two here, just long enough for the sauce to be perfect and for our pasta to reach the perfect al dente. You can see that sauce is starting to already look nice and luscious. Gonna add a drop more of our starch water. You never want a dry pan. That just about does it. The only thing missing at this point is a bowl. And our breadcrumb topping. Can't forget about the breadcrumb topping. Make sure you grab some of the sausage, some of the artichoke hearts, those onions. We want to get a little bit of everything in there. That looks like a nice portion for one, no? Definitely need a little bit more cheese. And of course, look at this. Do not be cheap. Let's give it a try. It is so good. The white wine just ties all these ingredients in together, but this crispy topping just really hits it out of the park. Pretty sure my dad will like it, but if he doesn't, I really don't care because I sure do.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
My chocolate sausage is the star of any dessert board. I like to dress it up with my favorite biscotti, Sicilian Regina cookies. Some fruit leather. It's so fun and kinda looks like strips of prosciutto, no? A few little candies, something fresh, and even marshmallows. This gorgeous sweet charcuterie board is now ready for prime time.
This came out very good. The artichokes are very good.
Remember which of your sons cooks you a Father's Day meal.
Yeah.
I mean, according to your plates, I think I know the answer, but what'd you think?
It was horrible. No, it was delicious.
Got some dessert.
Delicious.
It's good.
Those look good too, the plain. I'm not going to get invited back.
Make the meat look good. The sausage is very good.
Here. You're going home with some chocolate sausage.
No.
and a bottle of your favorite wine.
Oh boy. Oh, thank you. Very nice. Thank you.
Well, happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Thank you for cooking.
Thank you.
I feel like as soon as I walk in the door, they can kind of detect my mood coming back from practice. Whether it's good or bad, they're always here to cheer me up and put a smile on my face. And Lilo's more of like my emotional support pet. She's just here to be happy and have a good little life. And Rambo's more of like, I'll make you laugh. I'm going to do something crazy today. I can never get mad at them. They just crack me up. They are just the best dogs, and they make me so happy, and they're my fur babies. I'm Simone Biles, and this is my pet tail. This is Lilo Biles, and she is 3 years old. And then this is Rambo Biles, and he is 1 year old. And these are my babies. Rambo, when he came to us, his name was originally Rambo. And so I just thought that was cute, and I kept his name. And then Lilo, I could not figure out a name for the life of me. And I just thought later down the road, if I got another Frenchie, it would be Lilo and Stitch, because I think they look like Stitch. And so that's how her name came about. And then I just kept Rambo's. So we don't have Lilo and Stitch, but we do have Lilo and Rambo. So Lilo, I actually flew to Florida to pick her up when she was a puppy. And that was our first meeting. She was so itty bitty, and I had to find like a pet-friendly hotel. And she did an amazing job. Same as the flight, she did great. And she's more of the chill, calm, laid-back dog. Rambo's the more rambunctious. Let me see what I can get into, what I can find around the house. Let me test the other dog's buttons. But he actually came from Ohio, and he was on like a pet transport bus. So he stopped in several states on the way to drop off other people's new puppies. And so he arrived right at my front door here in Spring, Texas. I love how Frenchies have such big personalities, and each of them have different personalities. Rambo is the more hyper, playful dog, and Lilo is my little grumpy, I do what I want when I want princess girl. Oh my goodness. Well, I grew up with dogs. So as soon as I got them, as soon as I got Lilo and as soon as I got Rambo, I just knew they fit right in, and it was the perfect home for them. I think since every weekend we have Sunday dinner with my family, I would always take Lilo, and she met the German Shepherds, and that's when I knew she'd fit in seamlessly with the other family dogs. And then Rambo, he's just a little copycat. He is Lilo's shadow, so whatever Lilo does, he does, and that's how I knew he fit in perfectly. He keeps us on our toes. Rambo loves to play with my boyfriend's dog, Zeus, which he's an English bulldog. They love to play around the house. Lilo's more of a, I'm going to watch and see what you guys do, and I'll sit on the couch while you guys are on the floor playing. And she's just a chill dog, but it was a very seamless relationship. They got along well together, and then we have 3 dogs, so we have a house full of bulldogs, which is so crazy. I never thought I would have 3 dogs so young, but it is what it is, and they make our lives. Well, they love going outside and playing in the backyard. We also have a pool, so they love exploring the ledge, and so they cool off whenever they want. We like taking them on walks, but we like playing catch with them, or who can keep the ball away the longest, but they're just so smart. What else? They love treats. We have a dog wash station here in the house. They love getting baths. Well, Lilo and Zeus do. Rambo is more of, I'm going to jump off this thing. But yeah, and then going to the pet store. They like doing that and picking out their own treats or toys. Sometimes I'll take them to the gym so they can kind of see where I train. And there was like this one picture of Lilo watching me vault, and it was just the cutest thing. But I do try to alternate and take them to the gym, so they're in that atmosphere, and the kids love them. Whenever they get out of their classes, they always make sure to stop by Lilo or Rambo and pet them. So they've been on this journey with me. I think just being in that competitive mindset again, being out there performing, doing what I love and I train to do, I think that's what I'm most looking forward to. So Rambo has a crazy pike stretch that he does every day. Whenever he sits down, he just sits in a pike stretch. And I just wish my hamstrings were as flexible as his, because I know I'm getting shy, we're talking about you. And it's just the cutest, funniest thing, but I swear his hamstrings are more flexible than mine. I wish we could trade for a day because I might need him. I didn't teach him, it's just how he sits. Lila does not sit like that. She's a little bit, so I'm a little thicker, but she doesn't sit like that. I know some other Frenchies sit like that, but I just never seen it. And I thought he would grow out of it because he did it when he was a puppy, and he just turned 1 and he still does it. I'm like, okay. So I think it's just a forever thing, but it's so cute. If either of these guys could talk, this is what they would say. Lilo would definitely be sassy, like, no, Mom, I'm not doing that. I do what I want when I want. And I'm more of just like, okay, this is your house, I'm living in it. And Rambo would probably be asking all the questions, like, why can't I grab that? Why can't I eat that? Why can't I do that? He would be the more, like, questionable, like, why can't I just do this, Mom? Right? Or can I go outside? Can I do this? It's more of the explorer. My dogs have made my life better significantly. They have made me happy when I'm at my low, and even whenever I'm at my highs, they've made it higher. They've just been the greatest asset that I could have got, and I don't regret it one bit. The amount of work that it takes to have 2 of these little pups, I wouldn't trade them for the world. Oh, they're like going to sleep now. They're like, okay, we're out now. Enough camera time for me. I'm shy.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
I have 2 dogs. One's named Bella, she's a German Shepherd, and then I have a German Shepherd Husky mix. I got my younger one after Worlds. She was a bribe or a bet from my mom that, you know, if I made the Worlds team, I can get a dog, and so that's what I got. I was like, Mom, if I make it to Worlds, can I get a dog? And this was in January. And I wasn't even on like the national team. I hadn't made an international assignment. So it was kind of like yeah, that's fine, because it wasn't really in reach, or it didn't seem. And so then when I made it, I was like, hey, I get a dog now. I think it's always, you know, fun to come back home and have them like so excited to see you. I mean, your family's always super excited too, but it's really, you know, cool to see how excited they are when you come back home. They just want, you know, you to pet them and give them all the attention. I think it's really cool.
I have 2 dogs. One is a Yorkshire Poodle mix, and she's just like really fluffy and a big ball of energy, and her name's Dolly. And then I have a Boston Terrier, and her name's Guinness, and she's pretty old, so she's just kind of chill and doesn't really do much. Whenever I get home, they're always so happy, so just like if you had a bad day, it makes like a bad day better, just coming home and them just wanting to play and being all happy.
I have Marshall, who is a Bull Terrier mix, and I have Lily, who is a Yellow Lab. And it's, if you don't put it together, it's Marshall and Lily from the How I Met Your Mother show. Well, my girlfriend and I, when we first started dating, How I Met Your Mother was like our show, and Marshall and Lily were like the role model couple. And so as we got our dogs, we just wanted them to have, you know, the perfect Marshall and Lily relationship, and henceforth, Marshall and Lily became their names. I wouldn't say that Marshall and Lily are the best, you know, they're not the Marshall and Lily in the TV show, but I will say that their love is very deep-seated, and it comes out in a lot of times. But there are times when Marshall's a little bit of a grump butt, and he will, you know, because he really likes Mia and I, and he was raised without Lily in the house. And so there are times where he is getting snuggles from Mia or I. Lily will hop up and he'll just be like, don't get in the way of my snuggles right now. But beyond that, I would say, I mean, Marshall and Lily, if one of them were to leave each other, they would be absolutely devastated. And they do have this deep-seated connection of just, I don't know, playfulness. And it's really nice to see because we're not always home all the time. And for them to have each other just means a lot for us to watch them still enjoy each other. They're there for me every single day. Any day that I can come home, have them just jump on me and give me kisses on the face, I'm now a much happier person in that moment. There's no guarantee about it. And there's times, you know, when things are going rough in the gym and my body hurts and I just need to be a vegetable for a little while, and they'll just come support and always just pick me up. My pets have given me a lot to look forward to, but I think the most rewarding part about having pets is the fact that you get to care for someone else other than yourself and build them up and turn them into something that you actually want to love and be around all the time. And they give you back so much more than you give them. And something about having that type of relationship that's constantly building is what brings meaning to having, you know, someone to take care of.
So I got Stu in March. I was actually overseas still. He is a Aussie Doodle mix. He has like one blue eye and one half blue and brown eye and like a marrow coat. He makes my life better because even though I wasn't expecting to be hurt, he was there for me throughout my whole rehab process. And you know, it always puts a smile on your face when you have like a dog who wants to play. He doesn't know anything else. He was afraid of my cast in the beginning, but we got over that.
My dog is Rooney. We call her Roo for short. She's a Bull Mastiff mixed with German Shepherd and Rottweiler. We rescued her from Craigslist, and I love her so much. My favorite part of the day is taking her out on walks, and it really calms me down after a stressful day. We can go out, we can play fetch, and for whatever reason, it's really therapeutic, and she's always so happy to see me, and it just brightens my mood as well. So she's just the best.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I remember I wanted a dog my whole life. My dad never got me one. But coming up to the last months before 2016 Olympics, I was really sad without a dog. And I would just sit there looking out the window like, oh, I wish my dog was here, even though I don't have one. And I was looking out the window thinking about a chocolate lab. And I was like, Mango is the perfect name for a chocolate lab. And I was like, what am I talking about? Mango's the perfect name for any dog that I get. So I went and I got a German Shepherd and I was like, you're Mango. His personality is exactly like mine. He is very hyper and energetic, and I'm attached to him. He's very attached to me. You can tell when we're in the same room, he's my dog. Mango does everything with me. He goes with me to the bathroom. He goes with me to the sink, to the refrigerator. He loves coming to practice with me, though. That's probably his favorite thing. He comes to practice with me every day and plays in the backyard and just watches me lift weights. He would win the 100 meters. My dog is faster than yours. 100%, I promise. And I'm talking to everybody. Mango has made my life better in every aspect. He is my little baby, my little best friend. He makes me happy when I'm sad, and I just need him in my life.
My dog is Arthur. He is a mutt. He's a Dachshund, Jack Russell, Chihuahua, something. He's 15 pounds, black and white spots, very, very good at snuggling. Arthur is either feisty or super chill. He doesn't really have a lot of in-between, so he's either like barking at the front door, which drives me crazy, or snuggling on the couch, and or snuggling when I nap. And that's my favorite version of him, is the snuggly side. I purposely adopted a small dog because I know how tired I am after practice, and I wanted a dog that literally I could walk to the coffee shop a half-mile away and walk back and he'd be pooped. We go on little walks to get coffee, and that's really nice. His best friend is a Rhodesian Ridgeback that's 120 pounds, and so if him and his best friend are together, we can go to the dog park, but he doesn't like to do that unless his bodyguard best friend dog is there. So he's kind of just a chill couch dog with me primarily. I got hurt. I had a stress fracture that kept me out of competing at the World Championships in 2013. And that's when I adopted Arthur, because I needed happiness in my life and I needed some joy in my days. And so I adopted him then when I was going through that injury. And he definitely brought me joy and happiness and made me not stress and be too much in the weeds about my injury. So that was the start of my relationship with Arthur, and it was very important for me. Arthur is not athletic. Sweetie, he's so sweet. I love him so much, but he's not an athlete. So I'm not going to insult any Olympic sport by claiming Arthur would be good at it, because he's not athletic.
This is Winnie the miniature dachshund. Winnie the Mini Winnie is her nickname, and she's really helped make mine and my wife's life better. Just to be able to have somebody goofy running around the house all the time that isn't 6'7" is nice. This is about as big as she's going to get to, and it's nice to be able to have a best friend for my wife and I that can do all the traveling with us, and they can really just bring some joy to our lives. And you know, there's just something so simple about having somebody around that only wants to love on you and eat food.
So Milo is my mutt of a dog. We're not exactly sure what he is, but he's very cute. And we got him when he was just 6 weeks old, and my girlfriend was she initiated the conversation by saying, I think I want a dog, and then about 4 hours later, she owned a dog. So it was very just run-of-the-mill, and then, you know, that same night went to Petco and got him a bed and some toys and things, and he's really spoiled. And, you know, he gets to travel with us a lot, and he's a good dude.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I have a dog, his name is Ripley. He's a blue merle Australian Shepherd. He is the light of my life and, you know, keeps a smile on my face every single day, no matter what happens. I think I have my dog as something to just always make me feel positive and happy. He really is my best friend, and he is my little training buddy and partner in crime, and comes with me whenever I go do my workouts. And you know, he's my dog. He's my relentless supporter, and I love him.
I have a little fur baby by the name of Mila, and because she's so pretty like Mila Kunis. And we rescued her as a puppy. She was like about 10 weeks old, they thought. And she's a lab pit mix, I think. We're not really sure, but that's my guess. And she is the most human creature I have ever met. Everyone that comes over says she's so full of expression, and if any dog just is gonna talk one day, it's gonna be her, because we literally talk to her all day, every day, and she runs the show at the house. A few weeks after getting Mila, I actually broke my leg, and that was a few months after my mom had also passed away. And so I ended up spending a lot of time at home with Mila, training her and doing rehab and therapy when she was a puppy. And I think that was really special for me to get that time with her as a puppy, and trying to get up and down the stairs on crutches with an unpotty trained dog was difficult. But it was a special time for me, and then she's also been there now throughout my husband's injury. She hasn't missed a therapy session of his in years, so she goes there every morning and waits for him to come there. So I think that she's just a little bundle of joy.
Ollie is my rescue dog. My mom and dad are incredible. They took him for 3 months over the winter because we were training in California and living in like a dorm situation, and he couldn't be there. Everyone's helped raise Ollie, and having Ollie in my life is so amazing. Obviously because my husband is gone, and it helps to just have a little companion there, but it's also been really nice to have someone, a dog, to be responsible for outside of rowing, and it helps me to manage some of my stress, to just kind of put my focus and my energy into him and make sure that he's getting what he needs. And his face is also very cute and relaxing, so that helps too.
He was supposed to be 100% lab, but I think he's half lab, half Weimaraner. He's very skittish and kind of anxiety. That's the one that eats the ornaments. And he's supposed to be a charcoal lab, but I think he's a little bit Weimaraner, or a lot. And then I have one English Red Fox lab also, that's 3. And he's just like man's man, sits around, does nothing, easygoing, like sunbathing in the backyard and hanging in the garage while I'm stickering boards.
I'm Floyd's dad. It's kind of a weird term, but yeah, that's my dog. Floyd's been incredible for me for recovery and just kind of unwinding from a long day of practice and stress. It's It's really easy to go home when you open the door and your dog runs at you, and it's a bulldog who can't really run. It's more of a waddle and pretty much half out of breath by the time he gets to you. It's pretty cute, but he's definitely an interesting being. He's not really a dog, he's more of a creature. He has no normal dog tendencies.
Oh my gosh, I love my animals so much, and they haven't been able to be physically there, but I have so many pictures. My phone is literally all my pictures of my animals. You know, it's crazy because it's the sweetest thing when I travel and then come home, they know me. They like, it's so crazy, and it's just oh my gosh, just my mom too, on FaceTime, whenever I do FaceTime my mom. I think that's probably one of the most important things during the games, is that you can get so wrapped up in focusing and getting anxious and excited and nervous at the same time, but then when I'm on FaceTime, all the nerves just go away and I'm just like, oh my, I'm that person screaming into my phone and like squealing like a little kid, and oh my God, I just love them. My first friendship was, and like, besides my mom, was an animal. We got our buddy who's not there, but I love animals so much, and I don't know if it's because I'm that weirdo where I will cry if there's an animal being hurt in a movie, but I can watch a person, whatever. It's really sad. I probably shouldn't admit that, but I don't know if it's because like they don't have a voice, and I really want to like, not provide for them, but just like love them so much, and they love us unconditionally, they love me unconditionally. Even if you forget to feed them one day, they don't remember that. And oh my gosh, I mean, the world's just so amazing with animals, and way better with animals.
I was walking Reese, and this girl was like, oh my God, that's Reese. Like, it's Reese. And I was like, what? And then they're like, wait, if that's Reese, that must mean that that's Chloe. I was like, you people know what my dog looks like, and then you realize it's me. Like, she's like more famous than I am. Hi, it's Chloe Kim, and this is my pet tail. She goes, this is my cute little Australian Shepherd, Reese. She is 4 years old, and she is my best friend. I've always wanted an Australian Shepherd. Like, since I was a kid, I've just always wanted one. So I went online and found her. She was actually all the way in Texas, and the day I was gonna go pick her up, something came up, so my dad had to fly to Texas to go pick her up. So my dad's such a trooper, but he flew to Austin and picked her up there, and then flew back with her like an hour later. And my dad just like walked out of the terminal like with this little chubby spotted dog, and I just put her in my lap, and it was just love at first sight. She like would follow me around everywhere. She was my first puppy. Like, I've never had a puppy before, so I had no idea what I was doing. She was like, had really bad separation anxiety in the beginning. So I remember like sleeping with her like downstairs in the living room on like a body pillow. So uncomfortable. But I did that for like 3 days, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should just let her, you know, do her thing at night. She actually kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces when I first met her, because she had like these really like dark brown spots, these really white spots, and like her little caramel spots. So I just thought she kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces. So it took me a few days, and then I decided I wanted to name her Reese. Reese has the biggest personality. She is just so down for an adventure. Like, the minute I stand up, she's like, okay, cool, where are we going? Like, what are we doing? I'm like, chill, like, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom or something. But she'll like always follow me around. She's just down for anything. She loves to play. She loves her ball. She loves squeaky balls. She also loves the little like doggy puzzles where she like does the little puzzles to like find treats. And she's really smart, and she's just a little cuddle bug. She's kind of standoffish sometimes. Like, she's like, okay, mom, like, stop petting me. Like, I don't want love. But the minute she wants love and attention, she'll just snuggle up to you and just like plop on your lap, kind of like this. And then she'll just stay for hours. Reese quickly became like a very important member of the family. When I told my family I wanted a puppy, like an Australian Shepherd puppy, everyone was so against it. Like, because, you know, I understood because I travel a lot, and that would mean like they'd have to take care of her while I was gone. And then we got her, and my sisters came over one day when she was still like a baby. We got her when she was like 8 weeks old. So when she was still a baby, they came. And they instantly fell in love with her because she was like so small and just this cute little bundle of joy and energy. And now they argue over who gets to watch her when I'm gone. It's like my parents want her, but then my sisters want, my one sister wants her, but my other sister really wants her. So they're always just arguing about who gets to keep her.
Everybody, I'm Dylan Dreyer, and we are so excited you're joining us for a quick sweat today. We've got Walter from Obey Fitness who is guiding us through a full body and booty focused workout. So stretch it out, grab some water. We'll get started in just a minute.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
My name is Walter Kemp from Obey Fitness, and this is your 10-minute full body strength class. For the next 10 minutes, you need no equipment other than the will to want to do better than you did yesterday, all right? Starting with 3-point lunges. Point A is a lateral lunge, bringing it right back. Point B, you take it to a back lunge, locking out as you stand up. Point 3, curtsy, take your bow, and we repeat. Let's go. Hook it out, nice. Bring it up, take it back, nice. Stand it up, here we go. Curtsy, take your bow, nice. Again. All right, y'all, we're gonna hit this for about 30 more seconds. Nice, all right. Try to get that knee as close to the floor without you actually touching the floor, right? Give me that curtsy. You want to keep those hips super square. Bring it right back. We're almost there, y'all. Make sure you poke that booty out. Yeah, I said it. Take it back. Lock it out. Take your bow. Stand it up. Again, let's go. Push. Nice. Stand it up. Here we go. Point B. Nice. Bring it up. Again, 10 seconds. Stay with it. And we're going to do this exact same thing on the right side because you know what goes left goes right. What goes up goes down. It's the circle of life, baby. Right here. Stay with me. Curtsy. Easy breezy. Beautiful. Walter Kemp, baby. One more. Here. Nice. Lock it out. Take it back. Point B. This right here is 3-point lunges, y'all. Nice, y'all. All right, same exact thing. Let's go right. Beautiful. Stand it up. And when I say stand up, I want you to stand up physically, and I want you to stand up emotionally, mentally. I want you to really rise up, all right? No more giving up on yourself. We got 10 minutes to stay focused, 10 minutes to give ourselves our all. How many times in life you give 10 minutes to someone else? Today it's all about you. I said it. I want you to be selfish today. It's all about you. Where you at? You right there. I see you. Nice. We're almost there, squad. When I say almost there, where is there, Walter? There is a higher version of yourself, all right? That's what we're working towards, all right? Nice. Take it right back. Point B. Right there. You see that bend that's happening with the knee? Nice. And if your knee doesn't get as close to the floor as mine, so be it. Just move. Just move your body, all right? The good thing about this is you can always come back. All right, nice. Squeeze the core as you come up. Try not to hinge, but simply stand up. That's right, I said it. Stand up. Let's go. All right, y'all, I'm gonna give you a minute just to enjoy it, right? Take it back. I want you to push off that left leg. That's the leg that we're working, right there, right there. You wanna keep those hips super square, Walter. I hear you, don't yell, baby. Here you go. No equipment means what? No excuses. Let's go. All I need is you, baby. All I need is you. Let's go. But you gotta have the will to try to do better than you did yesterday. Stay with your boy, lock out. Push it back. Take it right up. Nice. Take it back. Yes, I approve. I approve. Baby, you showed up. I approve, okay? Now, the real success is in completion, all right? The real success is in getting it done. If you need to take a break, take a break. But don't give up, all right? Nice. Let's go. A delay is not a denial. Remember that. A delay is not a denial. Right here. Your time is now, baby. Stay with Walter. Take it back. Nice. Ooh, I felt that one. Let's go. Curtsy for daddy. Stand it up. All in, full out, family. Here we go. Push. Stand it up. I'm starting to sweat already. I love it. I love it. I love it. I like to call this success, all right? Y'all might be dripping in sweat, but I'm dripping in success. Who's ready to join me? Push it out. Stand it up. Squeeze that core. Keep that rib cage down. I'm talking to you. Here. Nice. Bring it right back up. I see you. Nice. Right here. All right, beautiful. All right. Now we got one more leg exercise that's going to get the legs and the core involved, all right? So go ahead and turn sideways if you want. If not, keep your focus on daddy, all right? Left leg is going to go back. We're going to post for 2 and step it up. Now, here, we like to level up sometimes. And if you want to level up, all you have to do is step, drive the knee up. That's going to get that core involved. Let's go. Post. Step, knee, drop. Let's get it. Post. Step, knee drive, drop. Stay with me, y'all, because we're crossing over to arm land pretty soon. Step, drive it, stop. Switch! All right, y'all, listen, when the beat drop, I can't help myself. Keep those hips square. Take that right leg back. We post. Nice. Stop, knee drive, and drop. Don't stop. Post. Nice. Stop, knee drive. Listen, who said we couldn't have fun? I don't know who's been telling you these lies. Who said fitness isn't fun? You haven't been working out with me. Let's go. Step it in, knee drive. Yeah, y'all. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. How can you not love getting stronger? How can you not get excited that you're gonna not only look better, but you're about to feel better in 10 minutes? Go. Drive. Who can give it to me twice more? 1. Step, drive that knee, but use the core to drive that knee up. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Last time. Here. Nice. Step, knee drive. Woo. All right, y'all, here's the thing. We're crossing over into arms. Now, we have a tri-bi iso crush. Whoa, what was that? I know. So here's what we do. Let me see that palm. Yes, like you're gonna give me some money or I'm about to give it to you, however you decide, all right? You're gonna take the opposite hand. You're gonna grab on that palm, and the left arm is gonna be working the tricep, while the right arm is working the bicep. We're gonna push and push. Go, push. Now, it seems like I'm doing nothing right now, but we're working on time under tension, all right? The muscle right now is creating so much tension. I'm using that left arm to push with that tricep, while that right arm is pulling with that bicep. I'm shaking because I'm working, all right? No judgment. I'm not judging you. Don't judge me. I'm shaking. It's hard. Let's go. Nice. Now, go ahead and take a deep breath. Yes. Keep squeeze. You see that bicep popping, baby. You see it. We working. Nice. All right, y'all, stay there for 15 more seconds, and we're going to do the opposite side, right? So I say this all the time. If you're looking for maximum muscle growth, any type of static hold. This is a hold combined with what? Time under tension. Nice. Woo, shake it out, nice and easy, same exact thing. Let me see that left palm, give me my money, honey, right there. Nice, all right. Now the right tricep is working while the bicep on the left arm is pulling. Stay with me, you can do this. I can do anything I put my mind to as long as I put my grind to it. What does that mean? I work for it. I work for it. Isn't it so much better when you work for it? It is. You cherish it a little bit more. All right? This is something I know. I'm not telling you. I'm telling you. Right there. Let's go. I was in the same position, y'all. I was in the same position. I wanted it fast, but you know what? Easy come, easy go. So work for it. Stay with Walter. I'm still working. It seems as if I'm not. I'm still working. I'm shaking because I'm working. I see you. Hold it. Squeeze that core. Tuck it, Walter. There we go. Nice. Give it to me for 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Don't move. 8. Hello, biceps. We got 5 seconds. Squeeze that core, drop that rib cage. 3, 2, who's number 1? You're number 1, and don't you forget it. Take it down to the floor. We got a little bit of a combo move, all right? We're gonna bridge, and then we're gonna hit the toes with a toe crunch. Take the palms down right here. You're gonna bridge it straight up. Drop it down to the floor. Raise the feet up, touch the toe. Yes, let's go. Bridge it straight up. Drop it down. Feet is up. Touch the toe. This right here is your final push up. Nice. Come on, y'all. Who said you couldn't get a great workout in 10 minutes? I didn't. Up. Nice. Let's go. Flex those toes. Touch the toe. I really want you to go for the toe, not the ankle. Get it up. Keep that chin towards the sky. Toe. Give it to me 2 more times. Up. Drop, feet, toe. Last time. Up, drop, rise up, touch the toe. Feet are down. Use the core to sit up, y'all. You feel that? There's so much control happening right here. My name is Walter Kemp, the number 2 from Obey Fitness. Don't give up on me, and I will not give up on you. See you guys next time. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're gonna take 10 minutes to work those glutes right now. Yes, I said 10 minutes to work those glutes, all right? If you need to take some time to warm up, go ahead and do so. But as for me and the crew, we're gonna get going, starting with our feet about hip width apart, core tight, and most importantly, my mind is right, all right? Go ahead and plant yourself in the now. Here we go. It's drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Let's go! All right, y'all, we're gonna take about 45 seconds right here. Just standard squats. Now let's talk about squats while we're here. You wanna make sure that the weight is back on the heels. Nice. You want to make sure the chest is up. You want to make sure the core is tight, and most importantly, your mind is right. Drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Yep, drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Don't stop. All right, y'all. Go ahead and do me a little favor. Let's count down 5. Let me hear you 4. Let me hear you 3. Let me hear you 2. Who's what? Number 1, that's you. All right, second move, post and squeeze. Post and squeeze. Right there. Now, when I say squeeze, I really want you to squeeze those glutes, but try not to hinge, all right? You also want to make sure those knees stay directly over the toes. And you want to make sure that you're really loving what you're doing, all right? I'm telling you, love transcends. Put a little love behind it. That booty gonna be stronger. 3, stay with it. Nice, y'all. Let's go. Don't stop. Drop it. Pull it. Drop it. Pull it. Make sure you posting right at the bottom, right there. Nice. Try not to let the knees buckle out. Now do me a favor. This is going to help you with the breathing. Smile. All right, I made that up. That doesn't really help with the breathing, but I want you to do it, okay? Yeah. Nice, y'all. All right, can we do something really, really, really cute? Stay with it. 3, 2, we're gonna slow things down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice the weight is back in the heels, right? Notice the knees never buckle. And notice my attitude. I'm feeling good. I'm telling you why I'm feeling good, because I'm doing something good, all right? Everything I'm doing right now is gonna make me stronger. Why am I mad about it? Let's go. Stay with it. Nice. Now go ahead and make it sexy. There you are, there you are. You gotta have the eye of the tiger. Yeah, with its eye on its prey, right? And its prey being the highest version of yourself. That's what I want for you. I want you to see the highest version of yourself, and don't you take your eye off of it. You deserve this. You deserve this workout. Now, here's what I want you to do. We got one more move, and we're gonna do this exact same motion, but we're gonna do it in a bridge position, right? But before we get there, go ahead and do me a favor. Drop it low. Nice. Push the weight back in the heels and hold it. We got a static hold. Now listen, sometimes in life, the hardest thing to do is to be still. One of my favorite quotes is be still and know, all right? You gotta be still and know that something is working on your side, even when you're not moving, like right now. If you're looking for maximum muscle growth, stay still. Try any type of static hold. Listen, my thighs are burning too, but that's what I'm here for. Come on. Give me 10 seconds. You got this, we got this, she got this, he got this. However, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2. Who's number 1, baby? Like I said, we only got 10 minutes. So, I shouldn't say we only have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes! All right, take those palms down, bridge it straight up. Let's get it. Here we go. Up, down, up, down. Oh, wow, yeah, up. Nice. Down. Here's the thing. A stronger glute equals stronger back, stronger knees, all right? So really, really think about that. Even though the primary muscle we're working are the glutes, I want you to focus on keeping that rib cage down and squeezing the core, all right? Nice. Take it up, down. Let's pick it up just a little bit. Nice. You got it. Bridge it up, drop it low. Come on, y'all. I know you got more in you. If you're not moving to the beat, it's okay, as long as you're moving. Remember that Walter told you this. Movement is medicine, all right? Go ahead and get your healing right now. All right, y'all, y'all ready to mix things up? Watch your boy. It's post and drop. So same exact thing we did in that squat we're doing now. Post and drop. Nice. Post. All right, I'm gonna give you a second to enjoy it. Drop. Drop. Guys, first of all, thank you so much for showing up. Not for me, but for yourself. I'm proud of you. Nice. Drop it low. You got it, baby. Nice. Drop. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Drop. Don't give up on me, and I will not give up on you. Keep it up. We're almost there. Who said you couldn't get a great workout in 10 minutes? Not Walter Kemp. I never said that, okay? As long as you're moving, you're doing it, baby. Let's go. Nice, y'all. Stay with me. Few more seconds here. Nice. All right, now let's slow things down. You remember this? You remember when we slowed it down? Nice. So same exact thing. You want to milk it. And you want to think about curling under with the hips, right? And coming all the way up. When you come up, lock out and then release. Yeah, there you go. You feel that? That's called living, baby. We're almost there. Oh, Walter Kemp, AKA the Booty Builder. I'm serving it to you right now, y'all. Release it. Release it, release it, release it. Now curl, curl, push, 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 push. Now release. Nice. Now listen, if you really want to level up, you can always add weights. You can always add weights, all right? There's always a way to level up around here. That's our motto at Obey. You can either level up or you can keep it cute with me. Where y'all at? Release it. Nice, y'all. Take it slow. I know sometimes it's a lot to slow down, but tell me, it's worth it. It's worth it. Let's go. Take your time, y'all. Easy come, easy go. You want to take your time with it, all right? And can I just say this? If nobody's told you today, I'm telling you now, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Let's go. Nice, y'all. Stay with Walter. Drop it low. Come on. Nobody move. Nobody gets hurt. You got this. Nice. Bring it all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Nice. About 20 seconds left here. I know you feel like you've been here forever, but you have not. All right? Keep your focus on me and let the body do what it do. Hey. Nice, y'all. Here we go. Listen, this is the perfect add-on to what you're already doing, or if you're just pressed for time, I'm telling you, 10 minutes will really, really get you right. It's gotten me together. Nice, y'all. Hey, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, y'all, remember what's next? Tell me. That's right, static hold. Go ahead and grab that booty. Push it up. Lock out, squeeze the core, drop the rib cage. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my arms right in front of me. Nice. Try not to arch the back, family, all right? This is a great moment for you to maybe close your eyes and maybe manifest something. Like maybe see yourself getting through this workout with a smile on your face. Maybe you see your higher self. Maybe you see your stronger self. I want you to see it in your mind, because if you can hold it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. Do not give up. Lock out. Lock out. And when I say lock out, I'm not only talking about physically, I'm talking about emotionally, I'm talking about spiritually, I'm talking about mentally. Lock out. Do not budge. Do not let them knock you down. Do not budge. You got this. Say that. I got this. 10 minutes. I can do this, Walter. I know you can, baby. All right? 3, 2, 1. Take it low. All right, y'all, we have our final push, all right? Our final push is a narrow bridge, all right? We're almost done. I want you to bridge it up 15 times as fast as you can go. Go, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it in 10, 9, 8. I love y'all. 7, that's my favorite number. 6, let's go. 5, 4, I'm doing this for you. 3, yeah. 2, and remember that you're number 1 at all times. Nice. Go ahead and take the legs out, bring the arms up, and use the core to rise up. All right, y'all. Until next time, trust and believe. We at Obey, we're rooting for you. Peace.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to your 5-minute cool down lower body stretch. Here we go. Let's start with the hips. Let's go ahead and rotate that hip right there. Let's open the hips up nice and easy. Repeating it on the right side. Open. Nice. We're going to do it to the left 2 more times, all right? Left, right, left, and right. All right, now we're going to take it down, all right, using the elbows to push the knees out, all right? Now go ahead and do Daddy a favor and just rock side to side. Nice, y'all. Just open those hips up. That's going to help you so much. How y'all feeling? Now is a great time for you to take a deep breath in and let it go. Right, so go ahead and take that right palm, touch the floor. The opposite hand is on the knee, right? The opposite leg is completely straight. You want to make sure that knee is directly over the toe. Now let's squeeze that core. Nice. Now do me a favor and straighten both legs and send the nose to the knee. Release the head. You're going to get a nice stretch throughout that hamstring. Doesn't that feel so good? 3, 2, bring it right back down. Here we go. Now I want you to turn and open it up, right? Using that same elbow to push that knee out. Now we're going to switch sides, using that opposite elbow to push that knee out. And we're going to go into that high lunge once more, right? So go ahead and turn it around. One hand on the floor, one hand on the knee. Opposite leg is straight. Nice. Here's another moment for you to take a deep breath in. Nice. Exhale. All right, go ahead and straighten both legs. Release the head. Nice. 3, 2, let's go ahead and bring it to the front nice and slow. I want you to release the head while you're in this position. Nice. Go ahead and take the hands, wrap them around the ankles and pull. Nice. Go ahead and bend the knee, slowly roll up. When you come up, remember who you are. And most importantly, remember whose you are. Nice and easy. All right, bring those feet in. Nice. We're going to repeat that again, starting with that hip opener. Rotate that left hip out. Nice. And we're going to rotate that right hip out. Now I want to go ahead and switch it up on you, and I want to bring the hip in, okay? So set up, plant yourself in the now, and rotate that hip in. Nice. Now go ahead and rotate that right hip in, that left hip in, excuse me. Now right. Nice. Now left. Nice. Now you should feel a little bit more warm than you did before. And we're going to repeat that same hip opener using the elbows to push the knees out. Go ahead and bring your hands to a prayer position and rock side to side. Hey, has anybody ever told you they're proud of you today? I want to say I'm proud of you for showing up, all right? Go ahead and cool it down, not only physically, but mentally. Take your moment. Nice. 3, 2, 1. Same exact thing, but instead of the high plank, we're going to drop the knee to the floor, all right? Taking the palms and placing them on top of the knee. And I want you to slightly hinge forward. You feel that? That's you. Say yummy. This is that yummy method, y'all. Now just breathe here for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. It's so good. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Remember, you're number one at all time. Push it back. Beautiful. Come right back up. Switch. Drive it. Push it. There you go. Can you say yummy? That's the yummy method. There you go. You feel that. Try to keep those hips completely squared. Don't let the rib cage expand. Now do me a favor. Flip the toe underneath and push it back. Nice. Release the head as you come down. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. Now go ahead and take that right knee right on down. You're gonna go into a child's pose, pushing the hands out, swinging the hips back, and releasing the head. I like to call this surrendering to the body. Nice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's come to all fours. Flip the toes underneath. Down dog. Walk the hands back. Bend the knees. Slowly roll up. And bam! There you have it. Walter Kemp from Obey is rooting for you.
You want some sauce?
Yeah, he likes sauce.
All right.
I know.
We thank you, sir. God bless you. Come on down. Sometimes mistakes can turn into the best thing, especially when cooking.
Beautiful.
All right, give me a good brush on that, my dear. That's what I'm talking about. My name is Stefan DeArmond. My nickname is the Reverend. I like to say Revy Rev. I was living in Mobile, Alabama when I decided to move back to Charleston. My father had been back and forth in the hospital. And when I came to visit, I really saw how my mom's condition was as far as her sight. She's legally blind, but she cooks and she bakes. It gets a little tough, but you know, it's your parents. You gotta do what you gotta do. I joined the Coast Guard right here in Charleston, and I retired in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 180 Place is a homeless shelter here in Charleston, South Carolina. Little did I know that it would mean so much to me and become such an integral part of my life. When I got here, I didn't have the funds to come in and get a place, pay first month, second month, deposits, and all of that. So I talked to a VA social worker in Alabama, and they told me, well, if you could put your pride aside, I can get you in the shelter. I said, whatever it takes for me to get home to my parents. I was blessed to be able to go to the veterans dorm. This place have saved my life and many others. Being homeless is a different animal. It's not pleasant. You can't sleep with one eye open. So being homeless, you don't get the rest that your body needs for you to be able to be successful or even productive in life. 180 Place has many great programs, including the culinary program, which I went through, which led to why we're here now.
So my job is to take the trainees that come through the program and give them a crash course in how to behave in a kitchen, how to work in a kitchen, how to survive in a kitchen, and turn that into viable income.
Chef Angie Dupree, we have a friendship and a bond that'll last a lifetime.
Southern hospitality to its truest meaning would be something I would use to describe Stefan. Just making everyone feel special that walks into a room.
That's my girl. I've always loved to cook. I used to hang around my mother, my grandmother, and I loved it.
He is the reason this program works. He's somebody I talk about at every orientation now. For every new cycle, when I sit down with them, I tell them about Stefan and how he came in and took this opportunity. To him, it was all he needed to really change his life.
I was introduced to Charleston wine and food just right before I graduated from the program. So it was new and exciting to me. I was looking so forward to it. Chef Angie gave us specific instructions. Local, volunteer and work for someone who is local. Here's your opportunity to get yourself a job. And that's what we did. I remember the event was called Toasted, and it was nothing but barbecue. And I walked up, I didn't notice the sign said smoke. I looked at the menu and I said, I've eaten here before.
We were sitting right next to the band, and the band kicked on, and Stefan lit up. He started swaying and clapping, and he had his black chef coat and his white undershirt. And I said, sir, you've got the spirit. I'm calling you the Reverend and you're coming to work at Smoke Barbecue. So we hired Stefan on as a steward, and we don't call people dishwashers here at Smoke. We call them stewards because we expect a lot more out of a person than just washing dishes. After a few months, he worked his way up to sous chef and one of our pit masters, and we've been with him ever since.
So one day I was in the kitchen and I started prepping to do some cornbread. Well, I reached into the walk-in cooler to grab some buttermilk. Little did I know, I grabbed heavy cream. So as soon as I poured it in the mix and started mixing it up, I was like, oh no! Rolling can running. What happened? I said, man, I messed up. And he said, let's go with it, see what it does. Lo and behold, it came out a little bit higher. It came out more moist. It was golden brown. And he was like, wow. We passed the food out so everybody can check it out and say, well or not, we're gonna serve it. And everyone loved it.
It really is delicious, moist cornbread, and it's pretty fantastic.
That gave Roland the idea of he and I going into business. And now we have the Reverend Cornbread Company. I can honestly say that that mistake in the kitchen turned out to be something that's life-changing. And I found out that I'd be teaching a class at this year's Charleston Wine and Food. It was mind-boggling. Look where you came from and look where you're at now. There we go. Go ahead.
I want to do the honey.
Here you go, honey.
Thank you.
For the people that attend the Charleston Wine and Food and their events, they're paying good money. And for them to pay money to see me or have me teach them something, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna go down to the Superstop and we're gonna feed the homeless.
It just goes to show you there's nothing wrong with a mistake. It's amazing what happens.
I mean, his story, it gives you hope that, hey, look, just because you're down right now don't mean you stay down.
He took an interesting situation, made it an even better situation, and now it is exactly where he wants to be, helping people and giving back.
Without hope, you don't have anything. 180 Place gave me hope and an avenue, because dealing with what I had to with my parents, to do something that I really love, which is cooking, it was a relief. You know, it was my safe haven. To see people get satisfaction of something that I've created is one of the best feelings ever. When I reflect on what I'm doing, I think about my parents. Just like any child, they would want their parents to see them succeed. But my mom would say, you keep doing what you're doing. It gives me a sense of pride. I swell with pride just to see the smile on my mother's face. And it was a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
What
people don't understand about the system is that mass incarceration is real, and that there's an aging, dying population and people being warehoused in a way that is not human at all. I have so much empathy and sadness for the younger version of me, in that I never stood a chance. I had no way of knowing that life could be better. My name is Rashid Stanley Lockhart. I am a reentry coordinator and grassroots fundraiser for Planting Justice. I first was incarcerated at the age of 15, where I was sentenced to California Youth Authority. I thought that, being incarcerated at that age was just a part of how life was. The only thing that I cared about was whether or not I would actually get to go to California Youth Authority, because in some messed up way I thought I was fulfilling an obligation.
Beginning at age 15, Rashid was in and out of prison, ultimately receiving an 18-year sentence for armed robbery. Part of that time was spent at the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo, where he applied to be a caregiver for other incarcerated men with dementia and Alzheimer's.
So my work with the Alzheimer's and dementia patients began with a cell. If I wanted to go do this type of work, I would be able to have what's called a single cell. We were each assigned anywhere from 4 to 5 guys. And on our caseload, from the time that they got up to the time that they went to sleep, we would assist them with their everyday needs. The whole thing of sitting there helping another grown man bathe himself and helping that person wash their privates and stuff like that. It's not for everybody. It gave me the opportunity to not worry about myself and to actually care for somebody else.
In 2012, Rashid was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where he'd serve out his full term.
I became a firefighter at San Quentin for the same reasons that I became a caregiver for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. I wanted the perks, right? But I didn't know that this was going to be one of the most impactful things that I've ever done. During my time as a firefighter, I did CPR on over 50 different individuals who were all my peers, right? To be doing CPR on somebody that I potentially knew or saw or that was in the same condition as me gave me a sense of purpose. People probably did think I deserved a second chance, but I did. And I'm trying to make the most of it. And those guys who I was doing CPR on, I'm sure more than less deserved a second chance, and I'll never get it.
For those that don't know me, I'm Yaya. Like Rashid, we share a similar story.
I first met Rashid, I want to say in the late 90s, and we were in New Folsom State Prison together. I acted as a mentor for younger incarcerated men because early on, elders within the prison community did me the same way. So Rashid was this real inquisitive and curious individual. They say steel sharpen steel, people sharpen people. Watching him grow and mature as a man inside has been tremendously positive.
Mentors like Yaya are important because nobody knows better what being system impacted is than a system impacted person. And sometimes we aren't brave enough to intervene in each other's life. And the fact that he has me here today. So I get a little emotional. Up to that point in my life, I hadn't had many people invested in, let alone somebody in the same conditions. And it just impressed on me so much more value about who we could be and what we were actually worth. So I first got involved with Planting Justice back in 2013.
Rashid met the founders of Planting Justice while enrolled in the Inside Garden program at San Quentin.
And I said, hey, how you guys doing? I haven't seen you in years, but I'm getting ready to get out. And they said, Rashid, whatever you need from us, we got it. And then they sent a letter of employment for me back into the prison, verifying and saying that I would be employed with them once I got out. To walk out of San Quentin prison was the most freeing moment up to that point in my life. There's this period of time when people get out, and it's called a high-risk period of time. And if we give people employment once they get out, the chances of them returning back to prison goes down tremendously.
Planting Justice is working to tackle recidivism rates in California by providing jobs to formerly incarcerated people. 75% of its staff has served time. Rashid works with those who are just re-entering society.
I am tasked with providing resources and networks to people who are in re-entry. And then once a month, I hold and facilitate a circle with our people in re-entry to kind of just, do check-ins and to see where everybody's at. This is what I hear every time we sit in the circle. Without this group, I don't know what I would do. I made a commitment when I was a firefighter, and that commitment carried over into being an advocate for change. It doesn't matter, where I've been. It only matters what impact I could maybe have and that small chance that I help somebody change their life.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Adults like to characterize Gen Z as an apathetic generation, and we don't care about social issues, and we're just on our phones all day. But in actuality, Gen Zers, especially Black organizers and activists right now, are using social media to organize millions of people all around the world for this cause that we're fighting for, which is Black liberation. And previous generations have failed us and have failed this country, and Gen Z is not going to wait anymore. We don't have the luxury to wait anymore because our lives are depending on our actions. My name is Nupal Kiazolu. I'm 20 years old, and I'm the president of Black Lives Matter Greater New York and founder and CEO of my national campaign, Vote 2000. I've been an activist and organizer since the age of 12 years old. So I've been in the game for 8 years. I like to call myself a young veteran. Sometimes I feel much older than I actually am. But I've been a part of many different activist organizations. And as a child, I was always very intuitive, always super articulate and outspoken. And a lot of times it used to get me in trouble when I was younger because I just did not shut up. And my mom will even tell you, like, I used to read the newspapers and I'd be telling my mom about the current events that's in a newspaper at 5 years old. So I've always been like very political even before I knew what it meant to be political.
New details in the investigation into the shooting death of Florida teen Trayvon Martin. The 17-year-old died from a single gunshot wound to the chest, fired from intermediate range, according to an autopsy report reviewed by NBC News.
The FBI is gathering information and evidence as part of a civil rights probe to find out whether or not Martin was shot by George Zimmerman because he was black.
So Trayvon Martin's case definitely wasn't the first incidence of police brutality that I've heard of or I saw on camera. But at 12 years old, I was starting to be able to understand what that actually meant. And when I saw Trayvon Martin's case and what George Zimmerman did to him, it was absolutely inhumane, and I was angry. And I couldn't fully articulate how I felt at the time, but I knew that I was angry and I had to do something. And that's when I came up with the idea of holding a silent protest at my middle school. And I came to school with my hoodie on and a message taped to my back, "Do I look suspicious?" And eventually I ended up being written up, ironically, by my history teacher. And the only ally I had throughout that time was my math teacher. And this woman literally risked her job by marching down to the principal's office with me in solidarity with her hoodie on. And we debated back and forth with the principal for a few hours. And instead of suspending me, my principal had me go home and have my case ready for him tomorrow. I looked up my First Amendment rights, and then I came across the case Tinker versus Des Moines, which in short is a Supreme Court case that established the right for students to peacefully organize within school grounds. And that was the focal point of my argument the following day when we went right back to the principal's office in the morning. And I ended up winning the case. And when my teacher and I went to the cafeteria to get lunch, literally every single student in there had their hoodies on with the same exact message. And my teacher and I just stood there and cried. And that's when I knew that being an activist and organizer was my calling.
We need to live. We need to live. My brothers need to live. My sisters need to live.
The common things that I faced is misogyny and ageism, and obviously racism from other white counterparts that happen to have been a part of those social justice organizations. And it was definitely frustrating up until I came in contact with Black Lives Matter Greater New York in 2016.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
I definitely didn't walk into the organization looking for any titles. I just wanted to do the work and be respected. And when I met the former president, his name is Hawk Newsom, he immediately saw the potential in me and really helped me amplify my voice in the work that I do. The entirety of the 7 hours that we were driving down there to Charlottesville, Virginia, every thought was running through my mind. I'm like, what if I'm killed? What if I'm arrested in a state that I'm not from? it was just so much anxiety. And a lot of people ask, what did you tell your mother at the time? And what I told my mom is, I was going down to Charlottesville to protest against white supremacy, but I didn't tell her that the KKK or neo-Nazis would be there because I didn't want to scare her, and I'd already made up my mind. I had a feeling in my heart that things weren't gonna go as well as we'd hoped for them to go, considering the circumstances. Like, I didn't expect for anybody to be killed that day, and for dozens of people to be injured, including me. I did not expect for it to get as bad as it did.